That's what you what you know what I've not seen.
Mhm.
So good at the end of the day.
Hey everybody, welcome in. It's Superior Shelby. Welcome into my live stream. I'm sorry I started it sideways. Now we're doing it this way. I hope all is well. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. I took a nice 2 week break so that way I can give you guys a lot of my time during these last 2 weeks or last week of the year so we can discuss everything that you want to talk about. I want us to review exactly recap 2024, right? All of the changes that happened in the business world, finance world, grant world, right? I also want to talk about some leftover tasks that we need to complete. And then what's to come, right? What's going to be new in the future for business? What's going to be new in the future for, just grants and everything, right? So welcome on to my Vlogmas. Vlogmas is when vloggers, influencers, you guys know I've been a YouTuber for about 6 years, so and counting. Vlogmas, right, is when we actually do a series of multiple vlogs and usually live streams or pre-recorded videos. And it's like just regular content. Some of us do day in the lifestyles. We're teaching you guys how to do different Christmas dishes and holiday dishes. So everybody has their own way that they do Vlogmas, right? So for my channel, right, and for my Vlogmas, obviously we talk all business, but we're going to focus on so many different key areas that I think that is not talked about in the business world, and focusing on like developing the emotional and spirituality connection to your business, right? Because that's something that I think that we don't talk about enough. We talk a lot about the practicals, right, and what you physically have to do in order to develop a company, but it's more to it than just that. Okay, cool. So let's get into it. So, you guys, for those of you who don't know, I'm Superior Shelby. I have been living abroad. I moved outside of the United States 2 years ago. I have lived in 3 different continents and countries, and currently, where you are viewing me at, I am in Nigeria. I moved here in Nigeria over 90 days ago, and it has been nothing but welcoming and a pleasure. And also, it's been a full learning experience spiritually, emotionally, all of that. Okay, being here in Nigeria is a different vibe, seriously. So since I've been here, I have been questioning certain things that I know that I used to, be into even when I was over there at the U.S. that I thought that I can carry on over here, but I learned that things are much different. Even when we do business in the US, the mindsets have to change when you decide to go global, right? Infrastructures are different, economics are different, everything's different. The money is it's not just the money, but it's also the laws and everything else that's in place. So since me being here in Nigeria, developing my grant business, right, and also expanding my business globally, it has been nothing short of not easy. That's the best way I can put it, right? It has definitely been a challenge trying to find ways to complement everybody globally. Okay, cool. So this year, 2024, we did a lot. Starting the year 2024, if you guys go back on my YouTube channel, I, went over how to develop your company and the foundations of a business in 2024. I literally kicked the year off with a business foundations video. Following that, in February, we had a lot of live streams talking about different $10,000 grant opportunities. From February, March, April, May, June, all 5 of those months, we was blessed with multiple $10,000 opportunities from like Hello Skip, FedEx, UPS, Amazon. This year was giving out $10,000 every month to black businesses, right? In the month of March and April, we actually did live streams, whereas I was doing like 4 to 6 hours a day, and I was applying to these $10,000 grants for you live on YouTube. Y'all remember that? That exercise that made me $30,000 in less than 2 months was an exercise called Home Shopping Network. You guys know about HSN, Home Shopping Network? I'm pretty sure y'all know about it. All right, so that exercise that y'all saw me do, and that it was actually effective, was to show you guys that in 2025 and beyond, right? Online shopping is the wave. Online shopping is the wave. Not just online shopping like boutique shopping. No, I mean like live online shopping. So I tested this in like February. I tested this in March and April to see if it was going to be effective, because I started to feel like, you know what, I'm just going to get on live and see how I can help as many people as I possibly could. My intentions was actually good, and I didn't look at it like the home shopping network thing. As time went by, after making money and after like looking at my entire strategy, I said, wow, going into this new year. And also it was confirmed by even my own mentors. Not was it just confirmed by my experience, but also my mentors as well, who are into algorithms, Instagram algorithms, streaming, things like that. And they very stressed that this coming year, 2025, 26, 27, and 28, these next couple of years, live shopping on social media is the wave. So no matter what service or product you have to find the most creative ways to get on live consistently and to sell your service or product. Cool, right? So I was getting on here applying to grants, literally live, getting you guys aware about these $10,000 grant opportunities. And as we was applying, people was just learning even more. Y'all was learning more about grants, what it takes to apply to a grant, what it takes to search and apply to grants, things like that, right? So many people learned about grants, and they also, what trusted me enough to apply to their first grant ever. Within that 2 months, I applied to that $10,000 grant for over 700 businesses. Okay? And this is the YouTube algorithm that was pushing out my live streams, because I was aware, right? I did my due diligence as a business owner, and I was aware of the algorithm. We receive emails from these social media platforms letting us know what the algorithm or what the updates are. So when we see something that's like the updates and things like that, then we need to make sure we read the emails and we comply with whatever the update is. For example, Instagram, right? So Instagram has this thing where they want you guys to be more into getting people to subscribe to your channel, right? So with that being said, if you know that Instagram or the social media platform you're primarily using is updating, right, and is doing something new, then it's best that you actually do that new thing, because they're going to push out your content, and it's the content that makes money. It's the content that makes money. Matter of fact, everybody wants to make money on social media because it's the easiest way to make money. Even the trolls, trolls on social media, they get paid a lot, because all you got to do is sit down for hours at a time. Matter of fact, I actually introduced this to somebody and we talked about it one time. I said, you can create an agency full of trolls where they actually go out and they troll on comments. But trolling is actual engagement. So for me as a creator, right, a YouTuber for 6 years or whatever, the more and more interaction and engagement that I receive, the more and more that social media platform is going to push out my content. And even if I don't get, like, I get like 30% of people that are not, they're like trolls and stuff like that, robots or whatever it is, spammers. But a good 70% of those people are my actual clients. So you need that engagement, you need the trolls, and you also need that. Or you need all of that engagement. So I said this on one of the live streams, and I was like, you guys can create an agency of people or of an AI that actually creates different pages and just, helps with engagement. Right? Because people only comment back to negative comments. So that engagement is what increases your algorithm so people can see more and more what you do. See? Yeah. Yep. All right, y'all. Let's come on. I want to show them the water. Oh, thank you. Okay, so let me show y'all Nigeria. You see? So I'm sitting by the water side. They are redoing all of this. But this is usually where I like to come over here and just kind of chill, relax. Yes, I like to come over here and chill because it's a vibe. And you hear that? You hear the water? That's such a blessing. God is amazing. All right, so welcome into my live stream. So this live stream is not to be one of those live streams that I've been doing. This Vlogmas stream is not to be one of those ones where it's like we're consistently, I'm very direct, um, or we're like staying on like one certain topic. No, like we're talking about everything. The live stream, you guys can come in and out if you as you please, because I'm not turning this off for the next like 6 hours. So this live stream is gonna go for a long, long time. Okay. Yep. So absolutely. And in this world, no matter what, like God don't judge. All right. So y'all be blessed and be graceful and be nice. Be nice. You don't pick on nobody. Be nice, because you don't want nobody to do that to you. Okay. Be nice. All right. So let's talk about some tasks that I know for a fact that I I still have some tasks of my own that need to be completed as far as with developing my company. Things like SEO marketing. This year I really wanted to focus on my Google and developing that, but I feel like I've had like such a challenging time with understanding how my Google, my business profile is. The time that I actually learned how it works, it was so frustrating because they end up changing things once again. And so this year I really wanted to focus on developing my SEO, developing, my Google ratings and stuff, because, something that my mentors, stressed in our teachings was, ratings and reviews and developing, trust, right? And being, so and how you do that is through like search engine optimization, right? And making sure that you are only targeting the ones that are searching for the things the service or product that you offer. And so that's a key point in developing your company, you guys, because you got the service and you have the product, but it's like you need the people. So how are the people going to know about what you're doing, right? It goes more than just word of mouth. So this year, SEO was something that I did not prioritize after, or once I was demotivated simply because I got aggravated by not moving forward and learning more, right? I kind of felt like I wanted to just like give it up. Instead, I like put it on pause, and I'm not doing that anymore. So that's one task that I can say that I wish that I did focus on more this year. Um, and that's just an actual physical task. Now, on the connection side, the emotional side, and the spiritual side of my business, as me owning my business, remember, you guys, I've been doing this for 9 years. I can say that this year has been the year where I have fed into my doubts the most. Not fears, the doubts, right? Because I've made some very fearless moves, right? I went from Panama. I went to help hurricane victims. I've done some wild stuff this year, right? As far as in with helping the community and giving back and things like that. But that key enjoyment, right? That key enjoyment, um, that part of enjoying the business and enjoying the service and enjoying speaking with everyone, right? Like, the thing about that is like I those thoughts, right? You can have thoughts that will come entering your mind, negative thoughts, and you cannot feed them. You have to cast them out. And I did not do that. I did that sometimes, but then I was not consistent on that. And that's what the devil wants you to do. The devil don't want you to be great. The devil actually wants you to respond to certain things that is planted in your mind, or certain things that is planted even in your environment. The devil literally does not want you to be great. The devil is condescending too. The devil will play like, oh, I'm your friend, we can reason with. The devil will act like you can reason with it. And in your mind, you think you're reasoning. You think your thoughts, your belief, all of that stuff, you think you are right. And you cannot, God said you can't lean on your own understanding. So when those doubts came through, you think I had anybody to help me say no or help me? No. When that comes, it comes in your mind. And when you quiet, I've been so quiet this year, and that's because I've been in my mind, living in my mind, living in my mind, like literally living in my mind, playing scenarios of possibilities, worst case scenarios, doubts, which creates doubts. And then from doubting feels like I'm not worthy enough. Not feeling that I'm good enough to be able to do this. Not feeling that I'm good enough to be on YouTube. And that I'm not feeling that I'm good enough to be, to, educate people on grants. Right? Right? So I fed into those doubts. And I fed into those doubts simply because it was much easier. It was much easier to continue to be foolish and to feed into those doubts and that negativity and to have pride of that type of mindset. It's easy, it's warm, it's tasteful. It's easy to be with, to do that. It's much harder to cast out those ideas. And that's simply because we are not naturally taught how to do that. Right? Like we're not taught how to actually do that. Like I said, I'm here in Africa. All of my friends here, right? We just had a long conversation about spirits and demons and all kinds of stuff. And I told them, I said, I can't believe we had like a really long conversation. And I was like, wow, like this is real? Like, and it's like, it may seem stupid, but I'm sorry, I'm from Miami where anytime you try to ask a question on God, anything biblical, they literally, like, you're literally looked at as you being too serious, right? You're looked at as, oh, why are you talking all that God stuff? Like that's not that environment. Like go to church. Like literally. So you are not to ask certain questions regarding religion or regarding God or being a better individual. Where in Miami it's just like you either gonna get with the program or you're gonna shut up. That's demonic. And I don't accept that. Um, and so when I explained it to them like how, I was brought up and how even like like my friends and stuff that have like a good family foundation, right? They still don't know the word, right? And so it's not, and the way the word is delivered here in Africa, you guys, is real touching. It's real serious. It's not a game, and it makes me feel like churches, whatever in the U.S. that I have had experience with going to is no different from a club or a lounge. So I'm just sharing my experiences, um, and I brought that up because if you want to be successful, right? There's a thing where you can have Bible in business. You can be successful without having to do things that are demonic, right? Just because we see Jeffrey Epstein story, now the P. Diddy situation, and, so many demonic, crazy stories from these top billionaires and millionaires, right? That's, that's, that's the media. That's propaganda, and it's set up to be in that way because there are richer people here in Africa. Um, I mean, rich, even in US dollars, right? Rich, that Like they like, how can I put this? They don't do not even a percentage, or think of not even of a percentage of what, you know what I mean, like what the people in the media and the entertainment do. So because I get a opportunity to be able to see this and to be around the individuals who actually make things happen and don't just talk about it and actually see the value in life. They see the value in planting a seed and watching it grow. They actually take joy in stuff like that. Because I'm around this environment, I'm more appreciative. I'm much more appreciative of where I come from, and also I'm more appreciative of where I am, and I'm more appreciative of everything that I am blessed with now. But I catered to my doubts. I did. I catered to my doubts and some fears, which delayed me a lot this year. Because let me tell you the thought that entered in my mind, how it started. After I was doing the live streams where I was applying to grants for y'all live on YouTube back in March and April, and we did really good and stuff like that. We had Murphy. We were living in Panama, like you guys remember that life, right? All right. So after that, I went back to Miami to go visit my family, and I had this thought that entered in my mind that I need to slow down. It was like, you need to slow down. You moving too fast. You moving way too fast, right? You need to slow down. You making too much progress. So what did was I got into vices and bad habits that ain't serving me, and I fed into that. And what came behind that thought, this is crazy. Listen, this is how them demons play with your mind. When I wanted to start making progress, right? The thought that came in my mind was, God got to slow you down, because if God gave you everything that you deserve right now, right? If God gave everything that you wanted, or whatever the case may be right now, you would take it and run away with it. Like, you would literally shoot for the stars. You would help too many people. You would do too much good. So that's why you got to slow down. So I agreed with that. And because I agreed, that that thought opened up a whole nother world of just consistent down spiraling, consistent, just doubts. And it just slowed me down a lot. Most people wouldn't come on social media, right, and take accountability for stuff like this, right? But I do, because I know there's someone out there that, you know, probably has understands where I'm coming from, right? Has been in my shoes. What did I do to get out of that and counterpart that? I went to God. I went to church and I went to God. And now I consistently pray every day with my pastor. And it's not an easy journey, because I realized even just recently, you guys, I realized that um, that these doubts that I feed into, I've actually been feeding into it for a very long time, for years. And I've had to be at least the last 4 or 5 years. I've been feeding into these doubts. And so when I realized that, I almost ran away once again from God, because I was realizing that it will take work. It will take work to have to come to happiness and true internal peace. So I was battling with myself, because it was like, do you want to put the work in or do you not? And my mindset was so sunken into those doubts, and I was such a best friend with my demon, that I accepted my flaws, and I accepted the fact that I I possibly cannot have good relationships with people. I accepted that I accepted something that's totally opposite of what God wants for me. And I was okay with that because I was being lazy minded because I didn't want to put in the work for my own self. This that you're seeing is accountability. So what I did was I ran away from God because my little, you know how like on cartoons they have like, you know, the right side is like, you know, the God, and then you got like the left side is like that demon side. Well, I was leaning more on my own understanding, which is that left side. And the more and more I just kept running from God, kept running from God. This is this year, 2024. This is 2024. Y'all thought it was, oh, it was because every time I cut this camera on, I was cheesing, right? No, I wasn't happy. So I I accepted all of that because I ran away from God because I wanted to be lazy because I did not want to put in the work for my own self. And then if I continued to go deeper, I would have stopped loving myself after all that hard work I put in Panama and all of that to heal myself, right? So then you know what? I crashed out multiple times, and I isolated myself once again because I do that. I have a bad habit of isolating myself because I allow that left side to tell me that I don't need to be around people because I don't know how to handle relationships. So I isolate myself. If you are in isolation and you're depressed, get out of that. You're not supposed to be alone. I'm here to tell you. And I learned this here in Africa. Everything, I had to unlearn everything I learned in America when I came over here to live a much higher quality of life. And it's very, 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 it's very challenging because my mindset is consistently developing. I learned that when you're depressed, you're actually not supposed to be alone. This is the time where you need to fellowship the most, and that you actually need a strong team around you to cast out those demons and to pray for you. Be in the circle and pray and pray and pray and confess and cry and pray and confess and cry and say, God, I don't know, but I just need you. I need your help, right? And so I had my own crash out period, right? And then after my own little crash out, I said, the right the right thought entered my mind, and that was like, all right, I'm actually tired of crashing out. So what does it look like to do right by God? Like, what does it look like to be righteous? Because I'm not happy on this side of the fence. Ain't no club, no money, no substance, no materials, none of this, no location, no vacation, no person, place, or thing is going to make me at peace and enjoy my life. So, you know, none of this is. I've done it. I've done a lot. I've done a lot. Yachts on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. Y'all remember I used to do that. Car shows, hosting car shows, going around. I ran 4 different YouTube channels, managed different creators that you guys watch today that have millions of followers. I've been in music videos, movies. I've done a lot. And did any of that make me happy? No, because God is the only one that can bring you peace. So once I realized that and I got out of my own element and I started thinking about what does it look like to be righteous, that's when I started questioning, asking questions about who is God, what is this, you know, what does this look like to be righteous, to be a righteous woman? What does that look like, right? What you say, you say we're not supposed to do certain things, we're not supposed to. So what are this? And so so today, right? Today, come on, promise. today we went over, me and my pastor this morning, we went over the fruits of the Spirit, right? Demons know the Bible. They'll even use it against you too. Play with your mind. But they have no power. Imagine serving a God that can literally come into any form and snap a finger and move mountains and wipe out the face of the earth because he's the creator. That's amazing to serve a God that's so graceful that even in my own flaws, even when I'm running away, that he still loves me. So the fruits of the Spirit. Learned about this today. And there are words, because in Corinthians, right, 19, I think it starts, the verse 19 or something, chapter 4. And it talks about what you, like at the beginning, it talks about what you shouldn't do, right? And so it was words in there, like, besides fornication, it was like some other words that I was like, I never heard or ever seen these vocabulary words before, right? So I'm like asking my pastor, I'm like, how do you, first off, I understand we read the scripture, right? But now we got to go to the dictionary because I have no idea of any of these words. We went through about 6 out of the, because I think it's like 10 words that you're not supposed to do, things that you're not supposed to do, right? That's against God. And literally, like, as we're going through these words, I didn't even know what the true meaning of seduction really was, right? And so when I found out, I'm serious, promise. When I found this out, I was like, I'm asking Pastor Omika, I'm like, what does this mean? What does this mean? Pastor Omika was like, he just sighed, like, okay, we got work to do. Like, and he was just like, when you're, seduction is not a good thing. And I could not believe that because I'm from Miami, like, you're, as a woman, you are supposed to be sexy. You know what I mean? Like, cause like, that's just how it is. So when I learned of this, of what seduction is, you're not supposed to, seduce people into doing things. I just instantly was just like, Lord, please forgive. I know the Lord forgive me because I know the Lord is like, girl, once you find out everything. Oh, then you know what also really got to me this morning, Promise, when I was talking to Chris? Like, I looked at the Bible. The Bible is literally like not even 2,000 pages.
Yeah.
I read the Twilight saga. I read almost all of the Harry Potters. J.K. Rowling is, okay? And J.K. Rowling books are like 2,000, 4,000 pages, But you cannot find the spirit, the know-how. Hello, you cannot. Oh, I didn't. I will save them like this one. I'll put in a separate bag. Okay. I didn't know you do that one. Okay. So, and I'm like, why we can't even find the energy to read 1,000
Yeah, it's
pages.
difficult. Do you know why it's that way? Because the Bible
Uh,
is like so complex.
oh yeah,
So
the
so
words.
the words are like,
Yeah.
so it's like when you like finish like a chapter in a specific scripture in the Bible, you just get to this point where you'll be like, oh, and start thinking, because it's just like after each chapter there are always like thoughts in your head, and you need to meditate on them.
Yes.
And if you don't meditate, it's natural. If you don't meditate, you won't be able to actually continue to the rest, because even if you are going, you can't actually comprehend the rest, because you feel like, what was that
What
scripture
was that?
talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah,
And you just need to understand the previous one
yeah.
to go to the next. That's how the Bible is. That's
Uh-huh.
why people find it difficult to finish it. So it's not like every other book where
Like
you
you just
just
read through
read
the.
through it and you understand what's going on. The
Yeah.
Bible is so complex,
Yes.
so versatile, and you always have these questions, because
Yes.
it will talk about this person and you want to know about this other person.
Yeah, well, but what?
What happened to that person? And you just have to calm down. And in process of making your research, it gets scattered. It can take you from this book to know about this other person. You have to go to like another book. Then you need to come back. So the Bible is
It's
that
complex.
is that complex. So you can't just finish it the way you finish every other book. That's how it has been actually.
Let me sit right here now. It feels good up under the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can.
If somebody just decides to come in, I'll move out the way. You can. I mean, it's up to you. You can go up there, but yes, that's really good because very good now. I love you guys. You're so precious, Hebrew. Thank you so much. So yes, like I thought, because that's what I said today. And I was like, but you know what? They got versions of the Bible that is like easier to read.
Yeah, that's like King James version, Good News version, just like the one that works for you. But I think the best you can actually read is King James version.
King James, yeah,
That's
King
actually
James
the
version.
best you can actually read.
Yeah.
On all this, because
You know the fruits of the spirit.
funny enough,
Yeah.
I was taught
You was taught about it. Yeah.
but I do not.
Like know the actual all the fruits.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
don't know all of them, because it's just like as you grow, so you read them. You see, the Bible is something you visit over and over again.
Yes.
It's something new every year. That's why if you notice.
In Africa though.
Yes, in Africa, it's something
Yes.
new every year. Because even if you have read the Bible, you see, God can actually show you one thing in different dimensions. That's that's the funny part.
Yes.
Think about it, God shows you one thing
One thing in different dimensions.
It's just like Him trying to tell you about Himself.
Right.
God is
All things.
It's all things.
Yes.
So it's just like when back when you read about like the angels in heaven, like the 21 elders in the Bible, what they normally do is they praise God. So just like they look at God, they praise Him.
Oh yeah,
then
they
bow
could lay down and then they
then
go up
like
and they pray.
see another version of God each time they bow down and raise their heads, and that is how the Bible.
That's the 21
The 21 elders in the Bible.
yeah, the 21
So that's
elders.
what they do. They normally praise God.
They just
So it's just like each time they bow their heads
yes.
and they raise their heads, they see another side of God.
So whoever God want to be.
Yes. So that's why the Bible, you can actually decode the Bible in millions of ways. You can actually see the Bible in several ways you cannot explain.
Yeah.
You might read about David this year. You can read the book of Solomon this year and feel like, I have the understanding of Solomon now.
Yeah.
Read it next year.
Yeah.
You see something else. You have another understanding.
Yeah.
That's why you see the gospel never dies.
Right.
Because
Right.
there's always a new dimension to everything every year. So that's why pastors like majorly pastors, the actual real believing pastors.
Yeah.
What they do is each year they finish the Bible. And it takes them 1 year to actually finish the Bible.
I think, and you know what, I'm going to ask this question to Chris, because I'm going to ask him, like, what do you think God's intentions is for this situation right here, right? Because you have some people that have that woe is me mindset, whereas, like, my mom, she used to be like that. She used to, like, my mom has always known God, but she used to, like, self-sabotage because she truly believed that God, like, wants us to struggle. and that is what love is. So I grew up believing that love is struggle, right? That's the best version of love when you are in in a struggle, right? That's when God loves you the most. So, but on the other hand, right, when you read and you start reading this book for yourself and you start feeling it in your, and to me, it just feels like, nah, I don't think God ever wanted me to hurt, cry, or struggle or anything. He loves me. Why would he want, yeah, as long as I'm obedient, why would he want me to?
The thing is, you see, people tend to like misunderstand
Misunderstand,
the
yeah.
essence of God's love. You see, even if God created us not to struggle and all, he now gave us this choice of free will. If you
Right, the
listen
free
yes.
will,
So the
yes.
whole free will is like your decision
Right,
makes out what is
right.
there for you. As long as you are like paying attention to the commandments and all, and what your to do's and not to do and all that. But the truth is, love itself. You see, God loves you in the best of situations, not when you're struggling.
Right,
But the struggle comes along
yes,
when
with
God
the
wants to change you to
change you,
another.
yeah, exactly.
Or he wants to step
Like
you up.
like directing you,
Yeah, like
yeah,
if he wants to step you up,
yes.
he needs to be sure you are ready for
You are
this
ready
next
for the,
challenge.
yes.
So it's just like each time you keep facing challenges and keep struggling and
You
keep
keep, that
struggling,
mean you
that means you are going
going up,
somewhere.
yeah, okay.
That's what it means. Because it's just like you own a car and you are giving it to like a 3-year-old, giving the keys to the 3-year-old.
Yeah,
It's not going to drive the car. And even if you manage to own the car for the child, it's going to crash it somewhere.
yes,
That's how it is. So God cannot just throw something at you
yes,
without proper training.
right.
And what people don't understand is it gets to this point. You see, there's this point in life whereby you see all fingers are not equal. That means everybody is not the same. So
Right.
your own struggle might be little compared to
To
mine.
compare it, yeah.
And somebody might be there thinking that, oh God, why is mine so difficult?
Yeah.
This guy just struggled for just 1 year and see him is living his best life and I'm still
Yeah,
struggling.
comparing yourself, right? Yes,
That's bad because you should know you are entitled to more
yes,
in life. You see, with great responsibilities comes great challenges. That has been the law of life itself. So if the thing is, when you struggle and you see your struggling is more than the rest, you know that you have more
and I feel
to give
like
to the world.
that, and that right there, that's why I never compare my struggle. I when I was in college, I did that one time, and I came across a good friend of mine. Her name's Tequila, or we're not friends anymore, but and I learned that her life was harder than mine. Like growing up, she grew up with like 5 older brothers and stuff, and so I stopped. When I met her, I stopped comparing my struggles in my life and stuff to people because I wanted to, I don't know, try to be perfect and you know what I mean. So
It's not what it is.
it's not, it's
Because I've
not,
been through that phase too.
it's not worth it. Like, and you know what? And with social media, it makes it so easy to compare yourself to, especially like, I did that this year too. That actually fed into my doubts, you know, because other grant writers that I follow that have more followers than me and things like that, like because I fed into my doubts so much that I felt like I was unworthy, which made me to be paralyzed to not really work on certain things. So while I'm in that period of not working, right, and being paralyzed, I'm actually comparing myself and on social media too much. So that whole cycle, right, is something that I have been casting out and rebuking because I learned that that's a cycle.
Yes.
And I'm like, and I'm,
Drains
yeah, it's
It
draining.
actually frustrates your effort because you feel like you're putting in work and you're not getting up to this. And mind you, majority of these people, they they just make their life look like what they want you to see. You understand? Some of them might not be getting it as you,
Right,
but they just have the platform to make it look that way, and you don't.
right.
So I've been in that situation whereby I compare myself to a lot of shit. And I've been through a lot of nonsense.
A
in
lot,
this
yeah.
life. And you see, I keep seeing my mates going and going and going, and I'll be like, how are you doing
How
this?
are you
And what
scaling?
am I
Yeah,
doing
wrong. Yes,
And it's so annoying. I got depressed. I'm a very dark person. I'm known as the saddest. See, I am a very dark person. My description, so people know this guy is dark. Just because of I was just in this spot whereby I needed to compare myself to feel okay, to know how I was living. But when you get to understand that the purpose of people in life are different.
Different.
It's different.
Yes.
Different. That is, if anybody is getting it now and you're still struggling, then you know as long as you're not giving up, then you know you have more.
Yeah, you have more on the way. Yeah, exactly.
Because you see, God is always going to throw challenges at you. It's not going to be that easy. That's why you have exams in school.
Yes.
If you didn't have exams in school, anybody can just wake up and go
and
to
just
school
go. Yeah.
Be a doctor.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just like, in order for you to go to the next level, the needed test needs to be thrown at you.
Yes.
So the whole struggling, going through ups and downs, fighting, crying, the deaths of people in your life and all that, it's just it means God will use to like make you stronger at the end of the day. Because for example, now if my father was still to be alive, I wouldn't have been me.
Right.
Because while my dad was alive, he had like life planned out for me. You do this after you do this, you do this after you do this, you do this. And then he left. Everything got scattered. There was no plan. One thing my father planned I've not done till today. Just because of he was the one that had the most. My mother wasn't the one and all that. So when he left, I started learning gradually. Even if it took a little time, like 4 years now. But I know for facts that I've learned how to like be a person of my own.
Yeah. And you write about like people having different purposes, right? Yes. And one of the things that I know that I do, like when I go my crash out period, we call it crash out in the U.S. That's when you just overthinking and you dark, you depressed or whatever. Like, so I know in my crash out period is one of the things that I'm so smart, right? That literally I'll be aware of what I'm doing and I will stay paralyzed because I'm aware of what I'm doing. So it's like I got here because I compared myself and I feel like I'm not doing well. And then I'm also aware that I keep giving up and I keep throwing in the towel and giving in because I refuse to put in the work that it needs to be done to go to that next level. So because I accepted my refusal, I am disappointed within myself. So all of those feelings are feelings that I actually feel. But the feeling of love is something that is so foreign to me that when I do come across real true love, I question it very, very, very bad. And I believe that whoever I'm questioning, right? And this could go for like, just not just love like in a relationship, but family too, right? But when you question it, like, do you really love me as my sister, or as my brother, as my best friend, like you say you do you really do? The only way that it communicates or it calculates and it makes sense in my mind is if it's a struggle, right? If there's pain. So like that's the only way I can identify that you actually love me, because you stay with me through all of this that I put you through. So one of my toxic traits that I learned that I'm actually casting out and I'm praying about is self-sabotage. I will self-sabotage a relationship with other person, and I isolate to put them through emotions to see if they will stay. That's manipulation. That's manipulation. That's narcissism. Even though you ain't do nothing and I didn't do nothing, I'm going to self-sabotage this thing because I want to see if you really do love me. And you can't do that, and that's wrong. And I learned that I have went through relationships because of that. So taking accountability for that, I decided to I started thinking like, what does it look like on the opposite side of this thing?
You see, the whole challenge needs to come naturally.
And that's what I'm saying. And that's why I'm happy. I like to let things just come naturally, right? So now that I'm naturally asking these questions, like, what does it look like to be a righteous woman? What does it look like? Now I'm learning about this. Now when I'm reading the fruits of the labor today, I'm like, so you mean to tell me this right here, this is like the main kind of rules or whatever, besides the 10 Commandments and stuff. So like, this is not a challenge. This is not a challenge because none of the stuff that I've been doing makes me happy genuinely. No weed, no alcohol, no sex or sex toy, no money, no jewelry. I don't have Rolex watches, Louis Vuittons, Gucci, all kind of stuff. No designer, none of that. I don't had all that stuff. Riding on yachts, hanging out with celebrities. So none of that stuff has gave me internal peace and happiness. So now that I realize that, I'm like, okay, so since I done lived life in Miami, what does this life look like on the other side of the fence? Right? What does that look like? Because unfortunately, I've never had anybody around me who's been 100 like real righteous. So I really want to know what that looks like.
So honestly, there's nothing like being 100% righteous.
Right.
Because see, even the Bible still tells you
You're not perfect.
over holiness.
Yeah.
So being too righteous is also a sin.
Being too righteous?
It's also a sin.
How can you be too righteous?
That's why nobody is too righteous. Do you understand?
Yeah, because only Jesus.
Even Jesus.
Yeah.
Even Jesus that was actually righteous, he was so clean and all, he still had this one encounter where he got angry and he went crazy in this whole temple just because of. So you see, the whole being righteous is just like being righteous is your state of mind.
Yes.
It's not actually by what you do.
It's your state of mind.
It's your state of mind. You see the money and all those things there. Yes, money is necessary. It's what you need to keep going. Money should be one thing you should chase because yes, you need it to keep standard, build an empire, make your family happy and all that. But
right.
You see the yard, women's sex, smoking, blah 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 blah. It doesn't feel in that world.
It doesn't. It's like it's like a time. Like a time.
Most of us actually go to learn about this. We read this religion. Like myself.
Yeah.
I'm actually 20, and I know for facts that these things are not. I think about it.
But I'm happy that y'all, like here in Africa, you see how like young you are. You like all y'all know this. Y'all are so well versed and so understanding of God and of the Word of God. My 23-year-old brother doesn't even know the Genesis chapter 1 verse 1. In the beginning. So he don't even know, like you understand, was not taught that. And we wasn't like in the US, right? And just especially where I'm from, right? Because everywhere in the US is different, but I can honestly say, like from my experiences, it's very it's like an individual like not selfishness but mindset, right? So for example, happiness comes from within. Instead of it being like, some people might take that as, I got to make myself happy. Instead of going to God and understanding that it is God that blesses you. So you must seek, within yourself, the God within you, or seek for God. Like, you got to, so yes, happiness comes from within, absolutely. But what is that powers that? The Spirit, right? The Holy Spirit, all of that. So you gotta seek God. So at the end of the day, when it comes, the variable of this happiness is God. But they take the variable God out of it. So so that saying of happiness comes from within. So go make yourself happy. Buy this sex toy today, $19.99. Because happiness comes from within. Make yourself happy. Right? So that, and then it sounds so, and then you would think it's, all right, this is cool. And it's so easily accepted.
Yeah. I really understand because
yes.
The whole thing
they know how to play tricks. Yes.
They're actually tricky. Every single thing, I feel like every single thing in the United States, honestly, it's a lie.
It is. It's very demonic because it's like.
Everything is now feeling all fake. Everything seems so unreal because even if Nigerians us over here, we do want to go there, but honestly, we going there is not because of we like it there more than here.
Oh no, it's the opportunity,
It's just the
right?
opportunity.
And that's the same thing with Americans, right? Look at me, I'm an American citizen, but I go to different countries because of the opportunity, and I understand as an American citizen the privileges I have.
So the whole thing with your country is, it's so they know how to. They are good at manipulating stuff.
Manipulating,
They are good
yes,
at
really
manipulating
good
stuff.
at I
But
think,
everything belongs to your country,
yeah,
nevertheless.
yeah.
So
It's the manipulation
own,
is there,
you think you own this land,
yeah.
then you don't.
But
You think
also,
you own this house,
a lot
but
of
you
us
don't.
know that. We know that we're being programmed. We know that the media is propaganda. We know that. Like, we're not, like, social media. We're in 2024, going into 2025. We can't, conspiracies are no longer conspiracies. Everything we know, now that we're talking about UFOs out here, we're past that conversation, right? So everyone is aware of the demonic things that go on in the US or in the world, and they understand how they are being controlled or how things are, what's going on. And they also know that how to escape. So when you have awareness as a people, you then make the decision on whether or not you're going to, or you know what I mean?
And everybody
So,
decides to stay.
and they decide to stay because you have some that have built their lives, and then you have some that literally their mindset, all they know is that, and they refuse. Like my dad, he only stays 5 miles within his circle, his radius. He doesn't even go outside of he doesn't go. So 5 miles, that's like here to Jabby. Not even, right? That's like just here, really. My dad stays in his own compound. He is not going to travel to Mexico. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about him trying to escape the United States because he does not believe. He does not believe there's no place on this earth that's better than where his streets are. Because he has made himself and made the decision as a man to stay in that mindset. Because he refused to take accountability for the work that it takes to be a righteous man of God. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy when you have been programmed and you've been learning how to be one way all your life, and then you turn around and now you get older and it's like, oh, everything you learned, that's not right. So it's time for you to come to the real life training. So this is spirituality, not religion, but spirituality, and understanding that goes a long way with your success in life.
Yeah, it does.
Right? Because like in business, even though I've been an entrepreneur for 9 years, I have not done this a perfect way. There was not, when I started business, there was no template. There was no business model templates that you could just, oh, do this, do this, do this. Make sure you post on Instagram every day. Make sure there was no template then. We were still trying to figure it out. So that was 9 years ago. I'm literally vetted in this entrepreneur thing, but I'm not saying that I've been doing this I've been doing this right the whole time. No, I've been making money. I've been hustling. But I could have been much further had I had God leading me.
Yeah, we are much further actually.
Yes,
It's just like we got living everything works out quicker.
yes,
The thing is, there are always challenges, and just be ready to embrace them because they might seem like the last, but they don't actually. Because at the end of the day, it's whatever your reward will be what every challenge. That's how life goes. And so understanding what you're meant to do or what you're not meant to do is like the best gift you can actually give yourself. That's the best gift you can actually give yourself. That's why. No matter how hard it is over here in this country, everybody already has this whole natural mindset of okay, we know what to do by default.
right, by default.
We know what to do by default. In and out of this country, we know what to do by default.
Right.
Obviously, there are going to be bad eggs because that's what life is meant to be.
Right.
But the majority knows what to do. The special ones knows what to do. That's why you keep seeing Nigerians living and they're making it big in other people's country, and you feel like, wow, these people are this, they are that, they are this, they are that.
Yeah.
And the truth is because of we have that one mindset that okay, we God behind us, because we know we have a proper understanding of who God is. So we have this idea of we God behind us, we can make anything happen. It's that simple. You see, even it's as crazy as Nigerians can tell you, Nigerians will tell you, I will go to Caesar's house. I will take what belongs to Caesar. And I will we will tell you that. We will tell you that anytime. They will always tell you. There was this when someone said, give what belongs to Caesar, Nigerians will tell you, I will go to Caesar's house and I will take what belongs to Caesar and I will run away.
And I will run away.
And some will tell you, I will take what belongs to Caesar and Caesar will have nothing to do about it. Now, so this is them telling you indirectly that they will take from the devil and run to the house of God and you won't follow them. So it's just like they have this right idea of who God is.
Yeah.
And they take advantage of it.
Right. And so the powers of the higher ups, I believe, in where I'm from, they genuinely know God. They know the word. They know the religion. Like they know. So that's how they're able to, play puppet and And you know what? There's I don't know if you heard of the book 48 Laws of Power. So in that book actually talks about like how manipulation tactics, right? How you have to learn your opponent and learn everything about their culture and their mindset and the way so you know how to strike.
That's what your country is doing to you. They're giving you the culture
Yes.
and the mindset.
Yes. They're giving us the culture and the mindset and everything else, right? So, right. And then personally for me, it's like, I can say for myself, but you naturally don't want to take. I've been in that place, in that mindset of where you just want to be, you don't want to worry about a lot, certain things, right? Like my mindset, who I was 10 years ago, not even 10 years, like 10 years ago, I wouldn't have been here, right? I would have still been in Miami. I would have still been doing whatever because I know, right?
Feel like you're not meant to worry about it.
Yeah, it's like it's too much. I'm not doing all of that, right?
That's why people grow.
Yes.
That's how people grow.
Yes.
People who tend to like worry about what they're not meant to worry about, they actually go further in life. Yes.
People who tend to worry about things that they're not supposed to worry about tend to.
So it's just like your country gives you this platform.
Yes.
Walk like this, behave like this.
Yes.
Do this and do this. You will get this. So your own life there is fixed. So you know what to do and how to get what you want. If you do it like this, you can get it by this specific range of time. It's not like that. Just like here, we worry about what we're not meant to worry about. I'm 20. I'm not even supposed to be worried about anything serious. Honestly, I'm actually not supposed to be worried about a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm here. I'm worried about so many things. I'm just thinking of how to get a house worth 800 million, and I don't even have anything.
And you 20, but you're thinking about buying a house.
I'm thinking about getting married.
And you think about getting married.
Next 3 to 4 years. I'm thinking about my sisters. I'm thinking about my mom. I'm thinking about, okay, how do I start life? How do I become so rich that I do not get to become true? Nobody gives you that platform. And that's where the adequate use of free will comes along. Like, you know what, like, your thoughts actually channel your actions. It's not like we are all, if this was to be the United States of America, I won't be worried about any of this. I know, okay, maybe I might be worried about getting some money to flex.
Remember we was watching that movie, The Exorcist?
Yes, Exorcist.
Remember when the demon y'all ever seen The Exorcist? The one with the Pope. Yeah. The one, that's the one, right? The one with what's his name? I like that. He's a good actor. Yeah. Man, that demon and that little boy. Yeah. He was eating him up. When he was like, oh, because I guess that particular demon was like, your sins will set you free. So in the sense of like, like I know about your sins, so I'm gonna bring up all your sins up to you. And on top of that, I'm gonna make you feel like God don't love you because of these things.
Now that is what. See,
That's the key.
hell.
Yes.
Hell.
Hell.
When they say hell, hell is not really fire. Do you know that?
Hell is fire.
Isn't fire.
It's not fire.
You have the idea that hell is hot. It's fire.
Yeah,
The
it's
hot
fire.
In hell.
Yes.
It's your guilt.
Ah, that's why they say you will relive your you'll relive your yeah.
So hell itself is actually your guilt. So you are touching. That's why in the movie it said your sins will set you free.
Yeah.
That's why you have confessions.
Right, you confess.
So they are very much aware in heaven that your guilt
Yes.
is what is actually hell.
So
Yes.
So your spirit will live in that guilt.
Yes.
Like when your soul is to the
Yes. You will live it over and over and over and see more reasons to hate yourself. That's why it's everlasting.
Everlasting.
Just like you hate yourself.
Yeah.
For doing a specific thing, like you hit someone, you kill someone,
Yeah.
you shoot at someone,
Yeah.
and you have this guilt of you did this.
You did. Oh, that makes sense.
Like I should have done this.
And you never repent for it. You
I would
never.
have done this instead.
Yeah.
Just like you have more reasons to torture yourself.
Right.
That is why you see heaven. Heaven. Someone described heaven as heaven is like a place.
Yeah.
Heaven is your state of mind.
You know, there's a movie of this one boy. I guess he was like, he passed away. I think it's a whole movie about it, but it's basically a real true story. But he said something like that, where like it was conscious.
Heaven is your state of mind. Heaven is the peace within you.
But yeah, the peace within you that you can only get from God Himself.
That is the heaven you dwell in now. Because you see, if
I was taught that there was a horse, and you ride the horse.
No, all those things that like make you feel more happy about going to heaven. So
But is that actually in the Bible?
No, horses don't take you to heaven. Horses don't take you to heaven. Why would a horse? Just like you just ascend.
Why would they say that? Oh, because they manipulating us. Yeah. Like it's a whole, like the pictures that we have are horses and angels and
it's just fun for you to see. Make children love.
And like you, and that's what you do. You get on the elevator.
Yeah. So it's just like now you just ascend. The truth about heaven is your spirit ascends and leaves your body.
Right.
And leaves your body behind. You understand? So your spirit ascends, leaves your body behind, and that's how it actually works. Yes, that's how it works. So you don't have any physical chariots coming down for you.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is crazy. It's also crazy. So the understanding of it is like
they said
the best thing you can do for yourself.
God gonna send the horses and the horns, and when it's time for you to go, you will hear the horns.
Yeah, you will.
And it's so also what they make it seem like is that you're gonna get this visitor from this Grim Reaper person. And then the visitor of the Grim Reaper is supposed to take you to where you're supposed to be judged. And then where you get judged at is in like this Sahara desert looking thing. And then they weigh your they got the scale, and then you got the reaper, and then you got the person who has the feather, and you have the scale, and then they weigh your heart on the scale, right? And then if it checks out, then they open up the light, and you go to heaven. If it does not check out, you will tell you will go.
Americans are so creative. So imagine how many thousands or millions of people are going to be. Think about it.
So exactly. So I'm thinking it's a waiting room right now.
Nah, it's not. You see, it's just like the trumpet stands off.
Right.
You hear it, it's Judgment Day.
It's Judgment Day. Yeah.
You see people collapsing. Spirits ascending.
Yeah.
When the spirits ascend, they are gone. That is okay. This one's means then the rest will be left on earth.
Like some apocalypse zombie,
Yeah, so
Walking Dead.
actually the ones who made it to heaven, who are righteous within, who are see righteousness is not by see holiness. See people tend to misquote holiness. So some people, someone will look at you and say, "Are you drinking alcohol? You go to hell."
Yeah, you drinking alcohol, you go to hell. No,
Nah.
because there's Pope preachers that.
When you read the Bible,
Yeah.
what do you hear? What do you hear there for celebrations? Wine.
Wine, but
Wine is
it's the overindulging,
So,
right?
yeah, so by indulging
Yeah,
in
the
anything
gluttony.
takes you to hell.
Yeah,
That's what takes you to hell.
because all things God created was good,
Yes, you are getting it.
right? All things that God created is good.
It's good.
It's
So,
when you over.
that's like being wasteful. Overindulging is being wasteful.
Right, exactly,
It's
exactly.
also known as greed because you are taking in what
Yeah, gluttony,
you can't
greed, it's all of that. Yeah.
contain.
Uh-huh.
So that's like, so you see people ascending,
Yes.
and the ones left behind are the ones who didn't make it. It's that simple. Then you now get to be tormented and tortured, and you see
By these zombies and all
It's
kinds of
not
stuff.
like zombies. That's when the Antichrist stands, because all the Christians have left. So it's just like now it's time for the Antichrist. If you do not bear the mark, you do not survive. You are turned into a slave.
Oh, okay.
And all that torture.
Yeah.
And time actually becomes slower.
Right.
It's just like
And so that's what the
1
whole.
minute is like 1 year.
And that's in Revelation.
Yes, that is yes. So you get more understanding on the end of the world from Revelation.
From Revelation. Yes.
That is what it is.
So that's why people be like, we living in the days. We living in Revelation.
Yeah, actually, we're actually not there yet.
I don't think we do. I know we in the back of the book, but I don't think we that.
We're not even at the back of the book. When we be at the back of the book, you start seeing some weird shit. Because I know over there in the country, people are being cloned and they think it's weird. But it's not even as weird as what's about to come.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah.
Because we know we are close to the end, but it's not actually the end.
No, it's not.
You still grow old, you still die, and
Yeah.
have children and your children and all that. But it's
Yeah.
close. So it's just like in terms of the days of heaven,
Yeah.
it's close. But in
Yes.
actual life we live, it's not. See, there's this saying that God and the angels sees us like a movie.
Right.
Like it's so short for them, but it's so long for us.
Yeah.
So that is, it's still very far,
Yeah.
but it's close.
So many movies.
Yeah.
Billions of movies, entertainment. I know my movie.
So the best you can
Interesting.
the best you can do is just
Yeah.
do due diligence, like do what you need to do.
Just do, yeah, and just and learn more.
Focus on your peace.
Yes. Focus on peace.
Not in a greedy manner.
Yes.
Don't be greedy about peace.
Yes.
That's even being bad. Like focusing on peace is like, you see, you know that feeling you get when you do something for people. It makes you see the smile. On their
Yeah,
face.
yeah.
That's peace.
Peace, yes. I've experienced peace
Yes.
before,
So you focus on peace.
Yes.
Peace.
Absolutely.
And when you focus on giving and doing all that, you're not expecting anything back. That's like the best way to live.
Right.
So when you give, so that's like things you do that keeps you in check forever.
I love that. Absolutely. And obviously, like, consistently while we're here on earth, just getting closer and just going to him. I'm so blessed to know that God loves me enough to call me to him. You know what I mean? No matter what. Because, like, well, boy, I could be lost. And I know women and men who are definitely out here lost and who refuse to believe.
Yes.
Like, literally refuse to believe.
Refuse to believe know that he exists.
They know.
Yeah.
That's what's
They
crazy.
just have this crazy incidents and be like, why would God do this?
Yeah, they have like this feeling of anger or whatever, and it's like,
meant to let some things happen. See, that's how you learn.
yes,
Life. If things like this don't happen, if everything is so peaceful, if nothing happens in life, it will be the end in the beginning.
right,
Because if we're all the same, we're all alive, our grandparents were here,
yeah,
you didn't lose anybody, you don't struggle, you're just there. There's no point to life, and it's not life, it's just something else, but not life.
yeah,
So life is something that it's just like this is like the earth itself. You see how you live life is like you take the earth as your playground, you but with rules. So you play on it, but you have rules. So you know when you play now, anything happens.
Yeah.
There's like swings and merry-go-rounds and
Like a whole playground, yeah.
yes. So it's just like you just know what to do. Just be guided and life will go fine.
Yeah.
The point is life is never easy.
No,
That's where life
it's
is
not. It's never
if your
easy.
life is going too smoothly, then you are not
Then
doing
you have signed to deal with the devil.
not even
That's
if you
how
have,
I feel.
even if you have something to
Too
do to
easy.
deal with,
Huh?
even if you have the devil doesn't make things easy for you. You
At the
just
end of the
know
day, there's no easy route to take.
there is no easy route to just do
Right.
before like because the
You
devil
might as
is
well
going to
just.
give you and you're going to feel like for this next 2 years you'll ball.
Yeah, like you could be balling for 2 years, and then
Then you have to give your family.
no, then something happened. Like
That's giving. That's
yeah,
how the devil
yeah,
works. When you tell you, okay, we need to take this person from you. I want this person from you. I've given to you. You give me back.
yeah,
I
like
I
transactional.
want your mom. I want somebody. And you don't even necessarily need to like go and kill the person yourself.
No.
You just need to say yes.
And yeah,
Okay.
and
But
that's
some of
it.
them don't even actually ask. You just say, okay, your mom is going. What the fuck? I'm not. You are doing all that.
Yeah, but you asked for that
So I'm
Rolls
taking
Royce
this.
Cullinan.
So I'm taking your mom first.
So that's how much, and that's crazy. Like it's not worth it.
You do sell your soul
Yes.
for what you can achieve on your own.
Right. Exactly.
That's like
You're not supposed to do
you
that.
can get the Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
If you put in this amount of work.
Right.
See, you see, there's no law that says anything against being smart. Do you understand?
Like there's no law against being smart.
Yes.
Right.
No law says anything that being smart is a crime.
Right.
God has it there for a reason.
Right.
So that's some people being smart and being corny are two different things. So being corny is like
Cunning.
that's something else.
Yes.
Being smart is working smart. See, no matter how hard you work, no matter how hard you put in work.
Oh, we got a question. I forgot we was on live. Sorry. Hey y'all, sorry, I totally forgot. Let me reset the room. We over here having a good godly conversation. Hold on, we got questions. Not so. Where we at? Okay. So read your Bible for yourselves. Hell is real. My friend said hell is real. Didn't know we were watching. Oh, thank you. It's good to read, for it's written. Study to show yourself approved. However, we need the apostles. Yeah. Oh, they were asking weighing the heart. Isn't that from a show? Don't get brainwashed. Jesus saves. Absolutely. Yes. Don't be a drunkard in times. Yeah. So yeah, that wasn't like that's what we were talking about. Like how they put that in a movie, where like or, but it's not just. Before I seen it in a movie that I was taught that in the children's church, right? So and then when you get older, and you go from the children's church, and you like, if your parent is not consistent, and you are not, then you won't really know what's really going on. But God will call you home. Okay, so it's this question: what are the different religions in Nigeria? Well, I know you got Christian, Muslim. That was the main ones, Christian and Muslim.
Yes, they are like traditional worships.
Oh yeah, the traditional worshipers, like the tribes.
Like traditional worshippers are like the one who like believe in
First Testament.
Natural stuff. Like they're the ones that worship the tree.
Oh, so they worship. Yeah, they worship natural life.
Natural life.
Right.
Other than God himself.
Okay, so outside, like God of water, God of. Okay, yeah.
So those are like the traditional worshippers. So those like three. That is Christianity, Islam,
And traditional worshipers.
I forgot what did you call it?
Well, I think over there. Well, we kind of sum it up and just call it African Ifa, because that whole ocean, all the that's what you're talking about, right? Yeah. So we call it African Ifa. Like we just summarize it in the U.S. or that's just what that is. So, but like you explained, that's a traditional or like a natural worshiper, I guess, or somebody who worships like natural things. Okay, I understand. So yeah, those are different religions. Okay, that's called the Orisha. Orisha? Yeah, I don't know about that, but yeah.
Actually, things there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things. You might feel you know one, but it's not.
You'll never know. It's like a whole nother, yeah. And then the thing about Africa, the thing about Nigeria is like, you got the tribal beliefs too,
Yes.
right? I learned that like each tribe, each village, like they got their own,
Specific.
yeah,
Have this one signature or
yeah.
something they believe in.
They believe in, yeah. So each village is different. So it's definitely different here. I really need help with getting a grant. All right, cool. Let's go in the house to talk about grants. No, I can help you out. All right, we're gonna get to my laptop. Sister, now, how you day? All right. So, let's see here. When I was out because the guy who comes by and clean, he usually comes by around this time, and so I was like, I wanted to be outside. I didn't want to be in the room while he was cleaning up. Right. Handy dandy laptop. All right, so let's reset the room. Hey, everybody that's coming in and out. I'm Superior Shelby. I am a 9-year grant writer, and I've helped a lot of other small businesses and just people learn about grants, what a grant is, how to find one, and just encourage people to just, do the best they could. All right, because life be life, and none of us is perfect. Okay, so if you're just joining in, welcome in. And welcome into my Vlogmas. Vlogmas is a time where majority of us content creators, we actually take this time the last 2 weeks or the last week of the year, and we just recap and we go over what's to come in the next year and what you guys should expect from our channels. So, this channel is really mainly all about business and just business development. But, prior, in the beginning of this conversation, like the first hour or so, we talked about the importance of understanding like that spirituality and business definitely go together. Okay. All right, so let's get into some practical stuff. So did you guys actually see that the BOY thing is back on? Yes, friend. The BOY filing, which is the Beneficial Ownership Information Report. Now we got to do it now. Yep. So now we have to by January 13th. Now, remember when I was doing this live on YouTube, and you guys always have the ability to have me do this for you, all right? Because this is literally what I do. But I remember when I was talking about this 2 weeks ago, and we were talking about the BOI, and the Corporate Transparency Act, and the importance of this. So let me just, I'm pretty sure everybody knows it, but let me just do a recap of it really quick. The Corporate Transparency Act is a law that was put in place in 2020 during that whole like COVID relief business funding that was going out, because they needed to verify the beneficial owners of the company so that way there wouldn't be so much PPP fraud that we saw happen, right? So because all of that was going on, they put that law into place, right? So this law has actually been in place since 2020, right? After post-COVID. Now, they've given us about 4 or 5 years to actually do this. And, they've actually extended the dates. They've consistently extended the date like every year. So I can understand why most of us are not taking this seriously as far as in complying with the CTA and making sure we file this beneficial ownership form by January 13th. Well, at the time, January 1st. I understand why you guys might not take it seriously, because we heard of this Corporate Transparency Act back in 2020, and then nobody brought it back up until now. It's closer to the deadline date. And so I can understand if you guys feel like that this is another like money grab type of situation. Because it's like all of these business development coaches and people who fix credit and that are in the financial world. Well, we've been had this information since 2020. But have we really been prioritizing this and making it a real thing? No, we haven't. But we wait until the last few weeks of the year to make awareness around this to get this quick money, and to charge you $100 or so to file a free report online that I did live on YouTube with you. I have the video out. The whole walkthrough video. It doesn't even take you 5 minutes to do this. So the Corporate Transparency Act helps prevent fraud in the funding world for business owners. You will take accountability for your business. That's exactly what it means. If you want to open up a cleaning company, a trucking business, a daycare, a hair salon, if you want to get into tech and create these new job opportunities and things like that, well, you need to be the person that stands behind your business. You gotta be the person that says, hey, you know, John Doe, Jane Doe, I own this company, right? So beneficial ownership information report, BOI, needs to be filed by January 13th. Okay. You can file it right now. Visit fincin.gov. Okay. Fincin.gov. I want to go over this first before we get into grants. I'm going to get to your question really quick. And it's simply because in coming in 2025, if you don't do this BOI thing, ain't no grants for you. Like, there's no applying to grants for you. Because there's no applying to grants for you. Because for yourself, for your you can't do it because you're not even going to be an active business anymore. You got fines you got to pay, and if you don't pay the fines, then you have to go to prison. Okay, so let me show you where you go. Cool beans. Y'all know I don't gatekeep. Okay, you can have me complete this for you right now live on YouTube for just $20. If you want the link, it's $19.99. I'll send it to you. I'll drop the link here. But I usually apply to this live on YouTube for you guys because I know a lot of the times you don't have the time to do it. I'm not going to charge you $100. I'm just simply going to charge you $20 because you got to be held accountable for something. Okay, so $20, that's less than a lunch deal. All right, so if you want me to do this right now for you, then I'll go ahead and put the link here in the chat. Or you can simply text me right now. I know y'all like to text me. So text me BOI, hashtag BOI. Oh. I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube. I turned you down so they can't hear you, honey. I thought you were coming here. I'm sorry. My honey, he called me on WhatsApp. All right, so let me go ahead and put my number in here for y'all, and then we're going to dive deeper into BOI. And let me tell you something. When I was talking about this, right, and after, you guys can go check those live streams when I was talking about the BOI and the whole Corporate Transparency Act. Let me tell you something about these folks out here that got them demons. They was on there. Look, here I go. Cast them out. No, seriously, I was kidding when I said that. But no, I don't know what it is, what the mindset is behind not like just doing it right now. But seriously, I have read these comments, and these comments are like, oh, we don't have to do it. Like, oh, we don't have to do it. Hoopla. Like, and it's like the tone behind that. I'm putting my number here. Sorry. The tone behind that is like very condescending and very much like, oh, we don't have to do it. So like your video is not like, it's not, what's the point of your video? Like, you might as well delete your video. No. I've been a YouTuber for 7 years. All my content gonna stay on here. Whether you watch it or not, I'm still getting paid. And two, no, I'm not taking it down because at the end of the day, this information is very much still needed. At the time that they were going through that whole lawsuit that did not stand up, let's be real, because I knew that lawsuit was not strong enough from Texas, stating that this should be handled on a state state by state cases. Let's be real, y'all. Y'all, like, you know how many businesses was frauded from PPP after that COVID situation? You know how many big businesses? So you think those big companies are going to allow this to slide? No, absolutely not. I already knew that that wasn't going to stick. And then after understanding the lawsuit and like how it worked or whatever, like, well, after reading it with like a few of my peers, like after we read that, we was like, oh, all right, cool. We already know that they're going to spin the block and they're going to be like, oh, you're going to have to file by, honestly, I thought they were going to like unpause it because they paused it. Right? And you guys got to remember, I don't know if you guys know politics, or even you don't even have to know politics, but it's very, very important no matter what race, gender, ethnic group, or sexuality you are. If you are an American citizen, no, matter of fact, not even an American citizen, no matter where you are in the world, it's important to know your country's history and how they've operated. We have a history of them doing stuff like putting things on pauses and then they will turn it back on and they won't change the deadline dates, or they will only give us 10 days. And that 10 days is not enough time to have all of the people who did not who wasn't proactive, right? So that usually it's not enough time. So within that 10 days, those 10 extra days, right? Well, in this case, 12 extra days or whatever the case may be. Because you have by the 13th of January to file this. So those extra 13 days or 12 days, you think that's going to be enough time for people to be aware that this thing is back on? Because let me tell you something about this cute little, this BOI situation. Then we're going to get here. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm like ranting, but seriously, I've never seen so much like social media posts being pushed out about how this thing, like countering it. Right? Because when we first was like, oh, BOI, you got to do BOI. Okay, remember you guys were on TikTok. Y'all seen a lot of people talking about BOI. But now you see way more posts about you don't have to file. You don't have to file. You don't have to file. And so now it sucks because look at all of this confusion. So now you got actual business owners. They're like, do I file it or do I not? And then you got the one, and then if you're trying to get in contact with your CPA during holiday time, you could forget about that. Because your CPA is actually preparing for tax time. Don't have time for this. Because there's whole new tax laws and stuff going on, especially under this new presidential administration. So like that extra 12 days, you know how many fines are going to come behind that? Be in the mindsets of people that actually wanted to not do it. You have people out here. Every time there's something good, there will always be. Every time there's something that's supposed to be like move forward or like something, you always got that one crowd of folks that's just going to cause confusion, right? You have some out here that are like, oh, you don't want to file the BOI because you don't want the government to have information over you. That's the most dumbest thing I've heard. And I've seen somebody comment on my thing. Oh, so the BOI, we don't have to file it anymore. So, the government won't get my information. No, dummy. They're not even asking you for your social security number when you file this BOI. The whole purpose of filing the beneficial ownership information report is to show yourself as the beneficial owner of the company so that Jane and Joe that live next door can't file for a business loan or a grant or a incubator or any type of investment opportunity in your business name. Let me give you an example so you can have clarity, because I know I have to kind of like, you know what I mean, go on the surface level with this. You see these ring lights that you can buy from like Etsy or whatever the case may be? Say you was the one that actually created this. The portable phone ring light that literally clamps on your phone. Say you the one that created this. The person who created this was absolutely, I mean, they made money. Look at me, I got one. It's like my 5th one. But because you did not file the BOI report, guess what I can do? Go to Simply Tech, this is the name of the company. Cool. And if you're based out of the US, all I gotta do is go to the Secretary of State website, right? Because most likely each product has the location of the business. You know that? The most products have the actual location of the business. New Zealand, UK, China, like the address is on there. So all I gotta do is look up, you know what I mean? Oh, Aveeno, all right, cool. It's distributed by Johnson & Johnson. Okay, cool. This Johnson & Johnson is located in New Jersey. Okay, cool. So now I have enough information. I have the business name and I have the address. I need those two pieces of information in order for me to find this business through, through like the Secretary of State and or through the trademark website. Once I have went to those sites, I want to let you guys know, and I want you to be aware of this. Not all states in the United States of America, not all states' Secretary of State website and Department of Corporations have a security block, meaning have a place where you have to log in and things like that. No. Florida, let me tell you something. You can search me. You can look me up. Florida, I challenge y'all. Visit sunbiz.org and type in Superior Business Development Solutions. You will see my business, my name. You'll see my location, the address, and everything on there. That's why I don't put my home address on there. Because you can easily look up my business. And now that you have the information, you can also download my the PDF version of my LLC. So now you actually physically hold the PDF version of my LLC. Also, all you got to do, because you know that you got opportunities, right? Because as a scammer, you know how to finesse the loans and stuff. So with that being said, you're willing to amend the LLC, which costs you about $30. You're willing to literally, this is what people was doing. Listen to me. Literally, you will pay $30 or not even that to amend the LLC to add your name as a manager, a managing member on the LLC, just for you to spin the block after 7 good godly days of being on that LLC. Guess what you're going to do? You're going to walk into the bank. Or you ain't even going to walk into the bank. We don't have to walk into the bank anymore. You're just going to simply get on chase.com. U.S. Bank. Y'all know y'all been scrolling on Instagram, right? You guys see you get $900 if you open up a business checking with U.S. Bank. And then you open up a bank account. Once you've had that bank account open for 30 days, now I can go apply to all these business loans. But you as the business owner, guess what you've been focused on? Creating more of these. Production. My whole time, your best friend, your neighbor, the person you sleeping with, the person that you eating and all this other stuff with, the whole time, they've been finessing your business on the back end, messing up your business relationships with different banks. This is why the BOI is very important. So people cannot do stuff like that, no matter what state you in, because hackers are hackers, scammers are scammers, fraudsters are fraudsters, tech people are tech people. So you can file your LLC in Wyoming, in Delaware, in New York, in California. Guess what? If I know how to get in computers, if I know how to finesse, if I know how to bribe, if I have the right connections, your little cute business in Delaware ain't gonna be nothing, baby. Give me that money. So protect your idea and protect your business and protect your IP. Protect all of that. This is why you have to file the BOI. It ain't about, oh, the government gonna have my information. Let me tell you something. When you was born and they slapped your ass and you got that 6-digit, 9-digit code, that Social Security, that was it. That's your cattle number. You understand? Like, you've been under the radar. So let's stop all this conspiracy, all this nonsense. Let's stop all this nonsense. And let's only focus on things that will help us develop, right? Let's just focus on it. Do not get blindsided by the confusion of the people who don't want to see you do well. Do not get confused by the individual who won't even put in the work for their own business idea. Do not get influenced and confused by the idea that you don't have to file this, because it's in your mind, it sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds good. Oh, we don't gotta file that one. So gullible. You so gullible. You have by January 13th to file this. All right, so let's get to it. Yep, it's required. All right, so let me show you. I went over this like a little bit, so I'm sorry, y'all. Bear with me. Okay, so this is the website. Okay, remember, I'm actually applying to this for you guys live on YouTube. So, you know, if you want me to apply to this for you, you could just, it's only $20. Just text me. My number is at the bottom. Just text BOI. And then I'll just send you the link, and then you'll fill out a form, and I'll have all I need to do this. Now, all you need to have before you file this is your ID. That's it. Like an actual picture, PNG file, or specific, like preferred, to be honest with you. So PNG, image, and you know, that's it. This takes you less than 5 minutes. I did a whole like live stream on this. So where do you go? FinCEN.gov. FinCEN.gov. Let me start from scratch so y'all can walk through this. Because I know it'll be like, start from scratch, Shelby. Let's go to Google. Let's go to Google. FinCEN, or you could just type in BOI. It's not BOI.org. That's a scam. It's not BOIregistration.com. That's a scam. .gov. You see that? BOIregistration.com? No. Submit your BOIR.com? No. Scam, 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 scam. Know where you going to. .gov. When you're dealing with the government, .gov. All right, boom. Click on FinCEN.gov. That's where you're going. FinCEN is the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. So this is the place where you guys, you know, when you like disputing charges on your card and stuff, these are the folks that have the insurance that holds all of that good information. All right, and make sure that these companies and things like that are complying, and making sure that when you are frauded, that they are the banks and stuff are being held accountable for making sure that you you know, you get back what was stolen from you. All right, so when you come to FinCEN, you literally front page, can't miss it. BOI, beneficial ownership information. They show you how to prepare and how to file. All right, so literally, what you want to do is file a report using the BOI e-filing system. You see that? It's highlighted. Click on that. Hold on, it's gonna take a little minute. Reload. I literally was just here. Okay, y'all, hold on, bear with me, because you know I'm using VPNs and I'm in a different country. So hold on. Let me see if I can turn this, because I want to make sure. And I was just there at the place. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, so it will take you, when you click on that, it will take you here, but it's weird. Like like I said, I'm in a different country, so sometimes I have to like turn my VPN on and turn it off in order for me to access the sites in the United States. If you know, you know. All right, so this will be the next page that you will go to. Welcome to the BOI e-filing system. Now, BOI e-filing and BSA. All right, so let's talk about, you are not the bank. All right, you don't need bank security reporting. All right, this is not you. You're not the bank, so don't worry about that. BOI, Beneficial Ownership Information Report. Now you have two options. You can file your report by downloading the PDF, completing the PDF, and submitting the PDF, or you can simply do the entire form online. Which one do I suggest? File online, friend. Okay, because as soon as you file, literally it's going to automatically submit to the government, and you're one and done. You're going to get your transcript number, and they'll email that to you. They'll email you your confirmation, everything. Like, that's what you want. Okay. All right. So click on prepare and submit. See, entering U.S. government information system. Yeah, that's because I'm using VPN. Sorry. All right, so this is what this looks like. There are 5 steps to this, okay? Step 1, you file your information. Step 2, you file your company's information. Step 3, you file your information, the company applicant, so whoever is actually applying for this. Excuse me, and then this information is literally going to be the same as this one. Usually if you are the actual beneficial owner who's applying to this, right? Because some companies, keep in mind that you guys have a hierarchy, right? Some of you guys have like managers and you have like CEOs, COOs, CFOs, right? So whoever the company applicant is, if they are the CEO and not the founder of the company, then, they would be here. They would complete this application. This would be their information. And then beneficial owner is the actual founder of the company. You guys, and then you would submit. You're going to review it and you would submit. Okay. The application is not long. These are like literally at each page here is like less than 10 questions. Okay. Less than 10 questions. Cool. Cool beans. Hold on. Let me close this door real quick. All right. So those are each of that, right? They have about like not even 10 questions. Like it's like literally simple, simple information. Okay, I have a full video of like walkthrough of me doing this. So if you want to feel like I'm doing it with you, definitely go check out that live stream. It was done like 3 weeks ago. Okay, so yes, you can do that. Once you submit it, make sure you download your transcript, and that's it. Honestly, there's no nothing after that. Okay, there's no confetti on the screen. There's no, oh, we're going to send you a nice nothing. Like this is just literally your compliance. So, since we're on this subject, right? Let's review, like foundational steps once again, because just to let you guys know, this BOI situation is actually going to be, you're going to have to do it. How this works is even if you guys don't have an LLC, but say you want to get an LLC or you want to start a business next year, like that's what you want to do. Well, after you file your LLC, right? After you've paid for the LLC, you have 90 days to file the BOI report. I advise within the same sitting of you paying for the LLC, filling out the LLC form, and then also even if you're doing LegalZoom, you know what I mean? Like literally, what I advise is that you just, I see y'all texting me. What I advise is that you just do it while you're all in one sitting. So that way you don't have to worry about it. And this is not a thing from my understanding that you have to file every year, like annual filing for your LLC. This is not one of those things. It's like a one and done. Okay. How can I get you payment, please? Oh, okay. I'm going to just text me. Text me if you guys want me to fill this BOI form for you. Then just text my number. So text BOI, or can you help me with the BOI or something, or I want you to file my BOI report. And then once I get your message, then I'll go ahead and I'll text you the link to pay. So I'm sending y'all the messages now. But yeah. Friday is very helpful. Thank you so much. All right, let's see. What were you guys doing? Larry Cook, thank you, OMG. Yes, does an LLC established in Wyoming or Delaware help prevent this? Absolutely not. It's the government. No matter where you at. You know the government, the mob, right? They the mob. You either gonna get with it or you gonna get lost. Like that's how the government is. So Uncle Sam don't play. Knowledge is power, OMG. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Right, just file. It's free. Why not? Exactly. So the BOI is required. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you leave yourself open to victim of scams. Exactly. So it's like that's why you have to take this seriously. Little information provides very helpful. Love you. Love you too. Thank you. And what country are you in? Oh, okay. I'm in Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria. Yes. Where am I getting links? All right. So yeah. And I'm sending it to you. I'm sending it to you now. You want to find it? Copy. And so there's going to be this thing. Once you pay, then I'll send you the form. On the form, all you need to do is upload your ID. It's like a simple, straightforward form because, yeah. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Not. Sorry, you guys, that you went past the. I say you went by the deadline only posted and. Okay. All right. Sorry, y'all. And this is a good question. I had somebody ask me a question really quick about like how do you know that you get approved for a grant? So like grantors only talk to the winners. I've spoken about this once before. So like if you've known you've went 30 days after the application deadline date and you haven't received an email about getting it approved, that means you ain't get approved, right? That's what that means. And it's like, it's no hard feelings. Okay. All right. How do you get an address that's not a home? So, like, address, are we talking about a business address? There are different addresses out here. You have a physical address and you have a virtual office address. Mm-hmm. Physical address in the business world is called a brick and mortar, B&M. And then a virtual office is what it is. It's a VO, a virtual office. And what you do is you use that address that is registered as a not residential, sorry, as a commercial property, right? As a business place, a place of business. You would use that business address virtually for your company. So where would you get these virtual offices? You would get them from different co-working spaces that is in your local area. So have you heard of WeWork, Regis, Alliance Virtual Office, right? So you have that. So I hope that's yes, best is our yes. So we'll go into that. Search registered agent Illinois, whatever the two letters state you want your business address in. $35 for some, most are $50 a year. I don't know what Kelly just said, so I'm not standing behind that. But what I can say is yes. So regarding yes, so you've heard of Regis. So Regis is where you will go. Let me tell you what I like about Regis. Regis is more on the expensive side, okay? But what I liked about being with Regis is that Regis actually signs leases with you. And so when you are developing in business, you sometimes need to show that you have assets to be able to get certain loan opportunities. And so when you have a lease, right, with Regis, well, sometimes you can that will help you with, increasing your chances of approvals with a funding opportunity or just with another opportunity in general. Regis is globally known, right? It's globally known. That's why I also like Regis too. Like my Regis account, I can use it here in Africa. I can use it in Dubai. I can use it like anywhere, right? Because Regis is literally world, it's global. So, it's levels to this. So when we're talking about startups and Regis, depending on where you are in your like where you are in the US, right? Definitely price point. You know what I mean? Take a look at how much the cheapest office is in your local city through regis.com. And then price point that or compare the prices to like WeWork. Compare the prices to Alliance Virtual Office. Compare the prices to like other local, you know, virtual offices. Because also, right, you have some small businesses that like they do co-working spaces, right? So you could do that, all right? So cool. Regis is good, but Regis is yeah, I'm being honest, completely transparent with you. It is as a startup, and I started Regis 9 years ago. And then my relationship wasn't consistent because I learned that starting out Regis is pretty steep, right? And I literally started my business with $0. So like, Regis is expensive. But if you got it, girl, do your friend. Like if you got it, heck yeah, I would say go with Regis because it's a reputable company. For real, for real. And Regis reports to your business credit. Regis reports to your Dun and Bradstreet. So when you say you want to do, like, you never know. You might want to start where you are now, but you never know. Like, God might take you to a whole nother journey. You might want to start doing something, you know, worldwide, global. So then having that relationship with Regis, you know, for however long and keeping that good standing relationship and with them reporting, that helps you with other opportunities. So yeah, absolutely. I don't know which one to use. Establish a business. I don't know which one to use to establish a business. They need an address on the application. So on the application, are we talking about the LLC? And what application are we talking about? Right? So let's go over business foundations. You know what you need to have, but let's just go over business foundations. I also want you to know that I can go over this, but if you don't have $500 right now to invest, you might as well just not even you might as well just like, all right, cool. Like, yeah, you know, I mean, I can say it, but it's like, you don't got $500 right now. Cause that's like, $500 is more than enough for you to be able to get your LLC and everything, right? Including your domain, including your professional website address, that's a domain, and also including like any other, you know, software systems and subscriptions and client management softwares and stuff that you might need to have, booking sites or whatever the case may be, or maybe you might need the extra whatever for supplies and equipment to kickstart. So $500 is what I always tell people to have before you even start. Right? Because if we're talking about how much it actually costs for real, it's about like $350 for LLC and everything. All the way. Thanks for your genius on every question asked. Thank you. No UPS store. I post no. Right. Never a home address at all. Never a home address. All right. I'm not. Okay. LLC. Okay. LLC. I'm not sure if you have spoken on it yet, but this BOI filing, can you please break it down a little bit? Brandy, I definitely went over it, but I'll spin a block. I'll spin a block in a minute. All right. So so just $500, definitely, absolutely. So good. That good. So what you want to do at this moment is you want to look at the different prices, like compare the prices like I just said, to Regis, WeWork, and all the other virtual offices that are in your local area. And then you choose the cheapest option because, I mean, like, you're not going to physically go in there right now. You're just borrowing the address. If you're worried about how you're going to get business mail and all that stuff, then you need to talk to the actual provider. In most cases, they automatically have this in-house mail forwarding system. Yeah. So what do you need to get started to have a business? I'm going to kind of go through this really quick because I actually wanted to like, okay, spin a block on this. Just really quick, Brandy, before I go into this. The BOI Beneficial Ownership Information Report, we have to file that by January 13th. I am filing it for you if you don't know how to do it. You must have an active LLC. If you do not have an active LLC, then there's no point in you filing it because you don't have a business and you are not a business owner. But if your LLC is currently active, Then yes, you do have to file the BOI, and then it takes you less than 5 minutes to submit. It's also free. You can visit fincin.gov, F as in Frank, I as in Igloo, N as in Nancy, C as in cat, E as in elephant, N as in Nancy, .gov. And once you go there, you will see a big and bold BOI report. File your report online, and then make sure you have a picture of your ID before you decide to submit this application. That takes you less than 10 minutes and doesn't cost you any money. If you want me to file it because you just don't want to take it, you don't have time to do it right now because it's Christmas Eve, let's be real, then I'm only charging you $20 to do it, and I'll do it for you today. All right. So, and then what confirmations will you receive? Well, I will email you your actual transcript, your entire transcript, as well as your it's the transcript, so which is like literally everything that's the full application itself, and then there's like a number, like a code that they give you, like an identification code or something like that. So you'll get all of that in an email, right? Because you're going to need to have that in case you just never know. We don't know. Things change in the business world, okay? All right, so that's the BOI. Make sure you file it. Visit fincin.gov. You do have to file it January 13th. Spread the word, okay? And for those of you who are questioning whether or not you should or should not file it, and let me tell you something. Also, Brandy, something I touched on too, and I want you to tell everybody that you're telling, that you're spreading this word out to. Tell them to stop listening to the demons and the devil's word. Tell them to stop listening to the demons that are saying that you are giving the government your information, because that's not true. Yes, that's true, but that's not the way that they put it out there, as if like it's, oh, you're giving the government your information. It's the government that approved my loan, stupid. So I want them to have my information. It's the government that actually protects my business in the event of fraud. It's the government that actually has insurances in places for my business when people do PPP fraud on my business. So why wouldn't I want to file this BOR report? Oh, you don't want me to file it because you actually want me to go to prison for 2 years. Don't tell people, do not listen to other people when they say you don't have to file it. Do not listen to people when they say, oh, I ain't filing that because that's that, anything ghetto, it ain't of the Lord. It can't be. You understand? Can't be. I'm trying to tell you. So, Brandy, my sister, tell your cousins and everybody else, you know what I mean? All right. So I got you. Yes. Perfect. Beneficial ownership information report. You must have an LLC, okay? All right, so let's go over the foundations of a business and what you need to have. What you need to have prior to, not prior, but what you need to have in order to be an actual profitable business in the United States, okay? I'm going to show this to you. I already went over this, but I'm redoing a whole new slideshow for y'all. So during this week, because obviously we have to go over business foundations. And I don't have the BOI report on here, okay? So I'm going to show it to you. You can screenshot this, but I prefer you just kind of not. Yeah, but just make sure you add on there that you need to do the BOI. Like, that needs to be the, like, fourth thing on here, all right? So I'm going to show y'all this. You can screenshot this if you want to, okay? This is all you need to be a profitable business, okay? So the first step is you need to have a business plan, friend. You need to have a business plan, friend. Because the business plan, coming in 2025, the business plan is going to serve as, especially if you're a startup or you're like a new innovation, you're something, a new service, a new product is not out there yet. Like, the business plan is going to serve as that line of credit for you. It's going to serve as that asset for you. You got to have a business plan to show them that you're serious, so that the way they can understand how your business is going to make profits, so then they can determine on how much they can lend you. Business address. So I'll put Alliance Virtual Office preferred because I'm from Florida, so they're the cheapest. But if you're in Miami, then definitely use Miami Hub. Definitely use them. They're like not even $50 a month. But if you are not in Florida, right, you can use Alliance Virtual Office or Regis or WeWork. Whichever is cheaper, okay? The purpose of getting a business address is simply to use the business address, right? So you don't have to have a physical brick and mortar. And even if you decide that you want, say you want to get into event spaces and stuff, but you just simply don't have the money yet to purchase the event space or to purchase the place, well, yeah, so you could just use the virtual office address and then use that virtual office address and get your funding opportunity. So and then once you get the event space, or once you get your physical location, like, then that's when you change your LLC and you change everything with your business bank accounts and stuff. All right. Business phone line. All right. Everybody needs a phone number. All right. I have an 855 number. So if you guys ever want to text me, you can text Grants if you want me to write grants for you, or you can visit my website. But my number's at the bottom, 855-731-1487. Well, you want a professional toll-free number like that, right? Um, you do. It just looks nice. But is it preferred, or is it recommended? Like, do you have to have? No. Like, you can use your state's area code, okay? But it's more professional when you have an actual, like, 800 number, okay? Um, Articles of organization. So that's an LLC or an INC or S corp, right? Whatever that is, get your articles of organization. All right. Obviously, if you do all of these steps in chronological order, guess what? You won't be skipping steps. You won't skip steps. All right. So articles of organization. This is where our friend is right here. She says that she's doing her LLC and she's doing an application. On the application, they're asking for the address. Well, if she does step 1 or 2 after the business plan, if she does this one, then you know what I mean? She don't have to worry about it. If she does this, then she doesn't have to worry about going back to do this in this step. So if you do these things in order, you will find that you're saving money and you're also saving time. So I have this in chronological order for you. All right, get your EIN through irs.gov. That is free. Get your website through GoDaddy.com. I love GoDaddy, but there are some cheaper sites than GoDaddy. GoDaddy just so happens to be that all-in-one space that I like. I like all-in-ones. Like a place, if I can come to one dashboard that has everything there, that's for me. So that's why I put GoDaddy. But there are other sites that you guys can go through. Like, I don't know if Lead Connect does it. But there's other places that you can go to get cheaper domains. But you just want to buy the domain. So the domain is like GoDaddy.com, www.abccompany.com, right? So once you buy your website domain, what I like about GoDaddy is it automatically asks you, do you want a professional business email address in the process of paying for the domain? And then once you check yes, it only costs you like $12 a year, then you will have access to Microsoft Outlook, sorry, which is the host of your professional business email. So you can do these two, like, literally killing two birds. You understand what I'm saying? Killing two birds with literally one stone. All right, so after you get your website, professional business email, you want to list your business on 411 directory. All right, so what is 401 directory? You guys remember those phone books we used to get as kids? I don't know, some of y'all in here y'all very young, honey. I know I'm showing my age, but we used to get phone books back in the day, thick phone books, and so this is like the phone book online. Okay, so in back in the day, all right, back in the day, if you wasn't in the phone book, you was non-existent. So this still exists to this day. Whereas if you are not in any directory, you are like pretty much non-existent online. A lot of people don't know about this step and they skip this step and they think that they're easy to find on Google. See how I did that? You got to do this first and then boom, list your business on google.com. You can go to google.com/business, or you can just simply go to Google and type in Google My Business and it'll automatically pop up for you, okay? Now, when you list your business on Google, this is actually free as well. These steps are free, right? And so list your business on Google. Once you do that, that's when you're developing your Google page and with pictures, and that's when people can actually search for your product or service near them, okay? All right, and then after that, sign up for nav.com. This now the last three are specifically for business credit purposes. All right, I don't usually talk much about business credit on my YouTube channel simply because I'm a grant writer. However, I know all about business credit because I've been an entrepreneur for 9 years, so I had to have some credit and loans and stuff in my days. So nav.com is the Credit Karma for your business. So you guys know how Credit Karma brings up TransUnion, Experian, or not Experian, but TransUnion and Equifax and like it shows you your credit reports, and there's like a free platform you can use. Well, that's this. Nav.com is that free platform that you can use for your business to learn about your business credit scores and reports. Now, how you read that, that's a whole nother different conversation for a different day. All right, but sign up for nav.com. Sign up for Dun& Bradstreet, okay, dnb.com. Dun & Bradstreet is a platform that is a credit reporting agency, and they also are I want to say like a business reputation developer. I don't know if there's like a word for that, but like basically saying if you want to do business, like let's say you want to do business in like Saudi Arabia with some oil companies or something like that. Well, they're going to pull up your Dun & Bradstreet report. They're not going to go to nav.com. They're not going to go to any of these American-based sites. They're going to go to Dun & Bradstreet. So Dun & Bradstreet is very global. It's that global credit report or that global profile that shows other, organizations how trustworthy you are in doing business. And then sign up for Experience Small Business. Experience Small Business costs you about $140 something a month. So only sign up for this last one when you are actually in the process or you are really ready to, get you some loans and stuff. Okay. So I was on there long enough. I hope you guys screenshotted that. Don't forget, in the midst of doing that, you also need to file your BOI. Okay. So let's say after filing for your LLC, after doing your EIN, before you do the website domain with GoDaddy.com, file your BOI report. Okay? Make sure you do that because now you have the actual business address, the business phone number, the LLC, you have the EIN. So once you do that, once you got your EIN and the LLC and all the other, like all of those credentials, then go ahead and move forward. Because on the BOI report, it's going to ask you for the business address, the business phone line, the articles of organization, the EIN, and all that stuff. Okay? Cool. Any questions about what we just went over? Go ahead and drop them. Any questions about what you need to have in order to be an active business in the United States in 2025? I want you to drop your questions. All right, so while you're dropping your questions, I also want to let you know that things are changing, right? Going into 2025, what we know and how to start a business from like post-COVID, from 2020 up until now. So these cute little 4 years was nice post-COVID, but now it's new world order. Like we skated for these last 4 years, but now we about to go into a whole nother world that we don't even know. We can't even fathom it. Like we don't know what's going on. Too many robots, too many AI, too many this, too many opinions, too many conspiracies, too many lies, too much confusion, it's a lot. So moving forward in 2025, under this new presidential administration, which is the same presidential administration we've been under one time before, but under this whole new cabinet of individuals, okay, they have put in place the law to remove what's called DEI opportunities. So DEI is an acronym for diverse, equity, inclusion opportunities. So opportunities for women of color, men of color, LGBTQ plus community, immigrants, right? Minorities. There was 100 million or so that was going into those opportunities specifically for us minorities every year. And out of that money, not even 2% of us was actually getting some of this, was actually even applying for it. I'm being serious. So after looking at the statistics, what's the purpose of them continuing to invest into the DEI opportunities anyway when the minorities are not applying to it? So they take it out. Now, they might have took it out for their own other personal reasons, but I'm not getting into that. This is not personal. We're talking business here. And we're actually looking at statistics. When we talk about business, we look at numbers. And so if the numbers are showing that we've been investing this money into this particular part, but the people, there's not enough business owners, small business owners, or even there is enough, but they're not going for these opportunities, then we might as well just not put money into that and just continue to have all opportunities, business opportunities for everybody, no matter what race, gender, ethnic group, or sexuality you are. So under this new presidential administration doesn't mean that there won't be any opportunities. There does not mean that we won't be able to get any loans, lines of credit, credit cards, or any grants or investment capital. That doesn't mean that we don't get networking opportunities and incubators and accelerators. That doesn't mean that. That means that we have those opportunities, but instead of us competing against 10 other black business owners that probably have more simplified inventions and services and products, now we're going to go against. Now our competition is broader, right? Now we're going to go up against the richest, the most connected, the smartest, the most innovative. So that pressure you're now going to feel as a startup and as a business owner, if you thought it was hard then, it's going to feel much harder now if you have the mindset that you have to depend on a opportunity to kickstart your business. You understand? So if you have the mindset of, I need a loan, I need funding, because y'all don't know where that came from. I think that's a spirit. I'm being so serious. And I rebuke that spirit on y'all in the name of Jesus Christ, who died for us. I don't believe that. A real true entrepreneur and somebody who really you're supposed to be somebody who can make something out of nothing. You are supposed to be resourceful. How can you possibly show that you are resourceful, friend, if you are automatically going into entrepreneurship with dependence? You cannot have a dependency mindset. You are independent. You are the business owner. You are the founder. You are the person. This business and this idea, this cannot come to life without you. You have the power. Not the Bank of America. And not the money. The money is just a tool, but it doesn't work itself. You can't I can't just take this, right? I can't just take this and tell it, okay, so make sure you tell these folks tomorrow morning. Don't be playing with that BOI situation. Go on out there. God bless you. Like, that's not how money works, right? It doesn't physically work. So you cannot depend on it. Don't put yourself in a dependency mindset. You understand what I'm saying? That's literally where I'm coming from. So with us understanding that DEI opportunities are no longer going to be we're not going to see a lot of, get this grant, minority businesses, blah, 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 right? Now, let's go to answer our good friend Dennis's question, right? The reason why I was bringing us into that and to what to expect is because Dennis here says, how about filing a black-owned business as well? Is it a quick process? So what our friend is asking is, what about filing for the Minority Business Enterprise certification? Have y'all heard of that? Marie says, how much do I charge for a consultation? $47. Visit superchargemybusiness.com and you can book right now. Have you guys heard of MBE? M as in mother, B as in boy, E as in enterprise, right? So Minority Business Enterprise. That is a certification that you can get, right, to identify your business as a minority-owned company. Minority is not just black. Y'all know that? Minority is minority. That's black, that's women, that's LGBTQ, that's other, ethnic groups. Right? So when you file that Minority Business Enterprise certification and understanding that there's no money being put into DEI opportunities, then I wouldn't. I don't want to say that. You make the decision on whether or not you want to prioritize the energy to put into getting the MBE at this time. Unless you are getting into government contracting. At this time, when we talk about funding and all of that stuff, if you're wondering if it's going to help increase your chances of approvals, well, yeah, it would have this year, but after January 20th, 2025, you know what I mean? So, unless you're getting into government contracting in 2025, that's really kind of going to be the only, that's where you're going to see like the most, how can I put it, the most effectiveness from it, or the most like rewards and stuff from it. Like you would see that from um, government contracts, because there are certain contracts that they've set aside specifically for minority companies. So in order for you to get that contract, you have to have that MBE certification. And you have to show proof of your actual certification. So you do have to upload that, and the process of uploading everything else according to the addendums when you're doing the contract, the government contract. So at this moment, as a grant writer and as a person, like I just see only to get the MBE certification, only if you're doing government contracting. That's like the only place I'm going to see that those certifications are going to be like, effective. But other than that, like if you're talking about, oh, I want to get an MBE certification just for a loan, like hang it up, like hang it up, hang it up, because whether you had that or not, guess what? The loan process is still what it is. If you still don't have an asset, money, your business is still not making profits, or is a startup, and you don't have anything to show, like if it's still business. So whether you had that MBE or not, if you don't have good credit or something like, or whatever the requirements are, you wasn't going to get that opportunity either way, with or without the certification. I want you to be aware of that. So the focusness needs to go into the execution strategy of how we're going to make our first dollar. Mm-hmm. You want to know what's powerful? When you can take an idea or a dream or a thought and execute on bringing it to life, and physically bring the product or service to life. And when it comes to life, you actually have faith. You have faith that people actually want to purchase it. And so you put it out there in the universe and they actually buy it. And when you receive your first dollar, that is your confirmation. That is your confirmation that not only is God real, right? That is your confirmation that you do not need funding to start your business. I have, so, and everybody has different mindsets. Sometimes in business too, there's gray areas too, and we'll get into that. Let me see. Fast, amen. Yes, absolutely. Thanks for all information. What about government contracting? Literally, you read my mind. Yep. Government contracting. So yeah, government contracting is not an easy thing. It's not. It's not an easy thing at all. It's not. It takes. I don't do government contracting myself, right? Because I write grants, and that's more than enough for my mental. If I was going to get into government contracting, I would totally hire somebody to do my contracts. Yep. Because that is a different world, for real. That is a totally different world. So any questions about like the foundations? I think we went over some pretty good stuff on that. In the BOY situation, right? We understand that that's important. That's important. And you guys are going to hear so much contradiction behind that. And it's going to be so sad because you're going to see so many Americans falling victim to those conspiracies and about the BOI. And it's going to be so sad because you're going to see. So y'all don't see the trap. Let me give you a conspiracy to contradict that conspiracy. For the people who are out here saying that, oh, don't file the BOI report because it you're giving the government your information. Let me give you a conspiracy on top of that. In 2020, right, or 2019 or whatever, really 2020, post-COVID, it was statistically proven that there was more black business owners and black business creators and minority businesses that came out of that period. There were so many small business owners, like so many small businesses, like record-breaking numbers. So 2020 was the year where there was the most businesses created. Stick with me. Now we are post COVID, all this stuff. And most people created businesses that had LLCs and stuff. And that only did the LLCs specifically for funding and for the COVID relief funds and stuff like that. Well, came 2022, right? Another opportunity to get more business funding, right? But then it got harder because they start trying to figure out what's really going on here. People just create LLCs. So you got all those just magically created LLCs just for the pandemic money that they were doing fraud on the other people, LLCs, all kind of stuff. That now here we come to a point where this is so crazy. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. I had a whole conversation. Trust me and my mentors, and we have conversations about things like this. This is why you have to stay on top of stuff. So then after that, right, considering they can't catch everybody, or they simply just can't convict everybody, right? Because whoever was the fraudsters, I'm pretty sure there's other people out here that feel like they was deserving of the PPP and all that good stuff, but they unfortunately they couldn't get it because somebody else was able to live off of their opportunity. Those people that was able to live off their opportunity, not all of those fraudsters went to jail. So because they can't get all of them, and they can't chastise everybody, guess what they do? They put the BOI, the Corporate Transparency Act, out. Right. They bring that out. And so they bring that out to put that filter in place to find a way, right? To find a way that they can slow down on this fraud and keep track of what's going on. But on the other side of that, they also know that majority of those businesses that was created was literally created specifically for COVID funding, like COVID. So majority of the people after that did not pay to continue down on their LLCs, didn't pay to keep it up, bank accounts closed, finesse the banks, all kinds of stuff was going on under the business names or these businesses' names. This is after PPP and all of that stuff. Stuff was still going on, you guys. All on the media, CNBC, it's everywhere. You guys can literally Google this stuff. So now it's like, okay, we got to put something in place. So they put the BOI situation in place, and now you have to file it. And by you filing it as a company owner, you are protecting your business. But think about it like this. Here's the conspiracy part. I'm sorry it took so long for me to land this. Majority of those, specifically black business owners, right, or just small business owners, because I mean, like they're in the lower tax bracket anyway. And considering we know majority of those small business owners that started a small business back in early, like post COVID, right? We're going to make sure that, like, pretty much we're going to put this responsibility on them because we know that they really don't know how to run a business. So we're going to put this responsibility on them to receive free labor at the end of the day. How will they get that? In the Corporate Transparency Act actually states that if you don't if you don't file the BOI report, then you have to pay a $500 a day fine, right? Or $10,000 or something like that. But if you don't pay the fine, right, then you are subjected to have to sit in prison for 2 years. And so sitting in prison is free labor. So when somebody tell you, oh, you don't have to file the BOI report because you don't want to give the government your information, tell them to kick rocks. Because guess what? You are not going to sit in prison for 2 years simply because you didn't do a 5-minute application. Because you want to go behind somebody's conspiracy that don't even have a business for real. And it's crazy because a lot of these people that are out here spreading that lie or spreading that conspiracy or spreading that negativeness, that rebellion, the people who is actually like spreading that are the people who are like, they don't even have businesses. Like we don't even know who they like. Where'd you like what? And it's crazy because y'all will listen to these folks because these folks are like close to you, so they're like might be your family member or friend. But sometimes you got to stop and think. Did I ever see you catch a sale before? Like, did I ever see you make a sale? Did I ever see you go on a call for your service? Did I even see your website? You gotta think about that before you run behind somebody else's advice. Okay, like seriously. I thought they said it wasn't mandatory anymore. Y'all see what I'm talking about? For the ones who've been on this live with me, you see what I'm talking about? I'm not putting it on you, friend, but yes, you have by January 13th. But I want you to be aware that you have by January 13th. So when we got so much confusion and you have majority of the people and of the business owners that feel like, oh, I don't feel like doing this, or I'll get back to that later. You got the procrastinators who actually own LLCs and they listening to this stuff. You're going to jail. you're going to jail. They're going to jail. You don't want to go to jail. So it's like, it's really sad. And if you think about it, think about like how many people are not going to be able to do this, because like literally that extra 12 days is not enough to create enough as much awareness as it should. Right? Like the BOI thing. The Corporate Transparency Act has been out since 2020. Right. So then now, 4 years later, we didn't start seeing the seriousness of this until literally September, October, when we started seeing people on TikTok and stuff talking about it. And then I knew that it was the corporate giants that is like pushing propaganda and stuff, because guess what? Guess which third-party company was actually offering $300? You pay them $300 to file your BOI report. LegalZoom. No, not LegalZoom. Taylor Brands. LegalZoom, whatever. I like LegalZoom. Taylor Brands. Yeah. Taylor Brands was out here. If you guys don't know who Taylor Brands is, Taylor Brands is the third-party company that you can have to, develop your company. So like if you need to do your LLC, EIN, and all your branding, your logos and stuff, you go to taylorbrands.com. So Taylor Brands was charging $300 to file this BOI report that you can do in less than 2 minutes for free through FinCEN.gov. So can you imagine how much money they made from September up until, let's say, like right before, like right after Halloween time? Because like the whole lawsuit thing, that pause went into place is like right in November. So this was before Thanksgiving, and it was paused since then. So the pause was through that whole entire November. We just didn't get word of the pause until after Thanksgiving. Stick with me. Let me cook. So this is a holiday time. Now you ain't worried about nothing, no business, no nothing. Because look, whatever dollar you made it. Whatever dollar you didn't make, it ain't come through. So that's just what it is. We're at the point of the year where it's wrap up time. We're not finna stress about nothing that we couldn't accomplish this year. This is what it is. Right? So nobody's worried about filing this BOI. So once you say that we no longer, it's a pause, and this person in Texas and they arguing and they got all this lawsuits and all that stuff. Once you say it's a lawsuit and you put a pause on it, let me tell you something about folks. They're gonna run away with not taking responsibility for things. I ain't gotta do it. Okay, say less. So now, since the beginning of the first week of December, right? Or no, I want to say no, just recently. So it's been paused all the way up until literally 2 days ago or yesterday. I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. So it's been paused since then. That's a short period for so much information and so much confusion and so much conspiracy to be broadcast. Because once they put out there that it was a pause due to a person of a federal judge, somebody in Texas, of the BOI situation, guess what? We ain't see Taylor Brands no more. And we saw so much content against actually filing for the BOI. Like I cannot believe it. Like when it went on a pause, it was so much, oh, you don't have to file it. Don't listen to people who's on TikTok. Don't listen to people like, bro. And I don't know what it is about the tastefulness and the attraction and the seduction of saying, don't listen to this person. Because people like to know the negative. They like to hear that. Like it's you know what I mean? It sounds sweet to your ears. It's like candy. And candy's not good for you. It gives you cavities. Right? So that's how those conversations are to you, to your ear, right? So it's like when you have those conversations, and it's like, oh, we don't have to file a BOI, and you are consistently seeing it during this holiday time because you actually got the time to doom scroll because it's vacation time. You got time. You got time today to scroll. So as you're scrolling, you probably in one day you probably seen 5 videos every day since the holiday season of how you don't have to file this BOI report, or you do. You got people arguing in comments. And then so now here we are for the ones who dropped all this content about, oh, don't listen to the fake gurus and don't do this and don't do that, which are, I don't even know who those people are because we don't even know, like, you know what I mean? So like, then now they're quiet. But it's so quiet on this subject. It's so quiet on this subject. It's scary because where's the content now about, hey, ring the alarm, sound the alarm. Hey, announcement. You need to file this BOI report. It's back on. You got by January 13th. Where the announcements at? And the algorithm not pushing it. So if the algorithm ain't pushing it, you got by January 13th. And let's be real. Most people are going to find out that they actually have to file this and they're going to be aware of this after New Year's, which will result to them in about a cool 5 to 6 days for them to have to file this BOI report, which means you have created and kickstarted your year with a sense of anxiety. A sense of anxiety of having a sense of urgency of having to rush and file this BOI report. And when you go to this website, you might feel overwhelmed. Even if this whole entire step is very easy. This is why I left my YouTube live video of when I filed my own BOI report. Yes, you guys got to see me physically do it. It's still on my YouTube channel. So that way you guys can feel like you're walking through that process with me. So for those who are going to procrastinate those last 5 days, those last 2 days, that last 24 hours, you still can just come to the YouTube, or y'all can just share that video. I'll probably repost it so that way you guys have easier access to it. I'll repost it on my Instagram and I'll put it on the community post here. But I linked that up because at least you can do within the last 15 minutes of the deadline. You just watch that video real quick. The first, you know what I mean? So I totally get it. I know. I get it. I know. Great information from people that aren't qualified to give it. Exactly. You know, there's things that I know you guys like. We're not taught how to do business and how to find reputable companies and how to find reputable people, right? We're living in a very big informational world right now where it's like a lot of media, social media, this media, like it's a lot of internet. So you definitely have to be very mindful. You know, when there's a lot of new things, there can be a lot of good and bad, right? So with that being said, there are reputable sites, just like how I showed you with how to file the BOI. Just earlier in this live, we had kind of went over it. Just like how I showed you, when you search for BOI.com, or you're not doing BOI.com, you're searching for .gov, right? Because this is the government we're talking about. So I showed you how like they got BOIfile.com, submitYourBOI.org, doing it like, you know what I mean? So if it's not a government website, if it's not a reputable person is somebody who can show some sort of credentials of them either being in that field or can show like like some sort of track record, right? Because Credentials can mean like you need to have a degree, you need to have a license, you need to have like some type of regulatory certificate, right? That says that you can do this, you can operate in this. But then you do have some that don't have those certifications. That they're not in those industries that require that. But they're simply investors that have been investing for a very long time, and their investment portfolios are very hefty to where they've invested in enough different type of businesses to know how to explain or how to give advice, right? So you have to be mindful and ask questions. And when you ask the questions, Google, and even if you don't want to Google, ChatGPT. Okay? Very scary, and thanks for the update on when to file this. I'm letting my fellow entrepreneur friends know starting later today. Yes. Let them know. It's Christmas Eve and it's Christmas later. So, I'm pretty sure you guys like it's going to be, it's not going to be like, it's not a lot of people are going to be talking about it during this holiday time. So, I'm mindful of that for sure. I'm mindful of that. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, okay. Yes. All right. So we talked about with this live stream and just let you guys reset the room. For those of you who are coming in, welcome, good morning. I'm Superior Shelby. I'm a 71% successful grant writer, and I've been doing this for a very long time. I've been an entrepreneur for 9 years, and also I've been a YouTuber for 6, right? So I write grants. I love talking about grants, and I also love like creating execution strategies that we can bring in some money, right? So I like to actually see our products and stuff flourish. So you can visit my website, superchargemybusiness.com, right? www.superchargemybusiness.com. You can take a look at my testimonials. I have over 100 testimonials that, of people that like my services, video testimonials, and written. You can Google me, all kinds of cool stuff, okay? I've been doing this for a long time. You're welcome. You're very welcome. I've been doing this for a while. So the purpose of us actually being here is actually what's called Vlogmas time. Vlogmas is when we are, as creators, I've been a YouTuber for a long time, so maybe I don't even know if they even say this word Vlogmas anymore. But Vlogmas is a time where we use these last 2 weeks of the year to pretty much like, just show you guys a day in the life of us, or just like kind of wrap up the year and just explain to you what's to be expected on our channels for the next coming year. So this is the time where you guys just pretty much spend a lot of time with me virtually, right? Because obviously I'm here in Africa. And whatever it is that whatever questions you have, whatever you want to know about me, things like that. Like this is usually that time where you get the chance to really meet your creator, or just like the creator, the content creator you're talking to, and or you're watching. So yeah, this is Vlogmas. So welcome to my Vlogmas. So my Vlogmas is consistent of, obviously this is a business channel, so we're talking about a lot of stuff. I'm being completely vulnerable, open, as per usual, but being open about like the challenges, the flaws, and the things that I entertained this year that actually set me back and held me back, right? And so I'm open and I'm taking accountability for that with you all. And then on top of that, I'm explaining to you guys how I was able to get through. Obviously, it's through God, right? You got to seek Ye. And then I'm also giving you some actual, like, some updates, right? Exactly what we went through this year. And then what's to come in the next year. We went over business foundations. So the only thing we didn't go over, right, I talked about a lot, is grants, right? I wanted to wait until like this time because I know it's early morning for y'all. It's early morning for y'all. So, but yeah, grants. So the BOI thing, what is that going to do with the grant world, right? So if you don't file like the BOI, like then you can't file, like you can't apply to grants. Yeah, they got it like that, friend. Like if you can't, because you can't do it. Like they're not gonna let you get any. Like this BOI thing is very serious, y'all. I'm so like because it's the government. So like, just like how they can like using your EIN, they can tell, like the bank, right, can tell if you owe on like business taxes or something like that. Like this is that like you have a number that goes with this, like an identification number. You have a FinCEN number, right? Like that you get. And so let's say like we don't know this yet, right? But I'm just throwing this out there, just as a thought, as an idea. But you never know. Like they might start asking us for this identification number or whatever, or transcript code, to identify or so they can see our BOI. Or like at the end when you're done filing the BOI, you actually get the PDF version of your transcript. So like say what if they say they want to see that in order for you to get approved for the opportunity, because they want to make sure that your business is complying with the US government, and also they want to make sure that you are the actual beneficial owner of the company. Like let's not even say you have to provide this documentation, right? Let's say that the bank themselves, because they are connected to FinCEN, right? Financial Crimes Network. So, like, say they can log on to their BSA account, and they'll be able to go into like some sort of search engine through there, and they could just simply search your business name. And let's say if you don't fall under, if your business name doesn't come up with your name attached to it, then you won't get that opportunity. And so it's as simple as doing a search through the FinCEN database. That's going to be in general orders of operations when we're talking about getting loans and lines of credit and credit cards and grants and all that stuff. So you really do got to file this, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to get any opportunities. So the idea of I got to start a business off with a loan, well, I mean, like not only do you have to have all the other stuff in place, now you also have to have this. Understandable, but this is still the time to talk about it. If we talk about it, how we are doing what's necessary to profit, we could talk about the BOI. Absolutely. 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 Okay, let's see here. Thank you. All right, perfect, perfect. Okay, perfect. Let me see. I'm moving to Africa within the next 6 months. Does that affect my chances of getting a grant? Nope. I'm here in Nigeria. No, that doesn't. Nope. Good morning. Or afternoon from good morning for you. Sorry being late. It's okay. I've actually been on, this is Vlogmas, so I've actually you're not gonna miss anything, because to be honest with you, Vlogmas for me is where I'm going. I'm sorry, is where I'm going live on YouTube like 4+ hours a day. So we've already been on here for about 3 hours, or probably longer. Yeah. But just to catch you up, Kenya. Okay. Who's All right. My friend was like, he's gonna buy a goat. Like, why? I don't even eat goat. I don't eat no meat. Y'all don't mind me. Vlogmas, yes, Vlogmas, Vlogmas, Vlogmas. So during my Vlogmas, I'm on here. I really wanted to go 24 hours, but because the time is different, I'm in Nigeria, so the time differences will kind of it won't allow me to do like a full 24 hours. Like it won't calculate correctly on my YouTube. So yeah, but you didn't miss nothing. I talked about at the beginning. I talked about like taking accountability for my doubts that I actually entertained this year, and which is how I allowed certain thoughts like, you know, how I let thoughts down spiral me into crash outs. I had to have like 3 crash outs this year, and um, how that delayed my process, my progress. Yeah, building a business is more spiritual than y'all know. Okay, it's more spiritual than you know. So I talked about this at the beginning of it, literally within the first 30 minutes of this live. I talked about it, and I talked about the importance of going to God, right? And how those thoughts, how if you continue to entertain those thoughts, they will make you believe that you are unworthy, right? So it's stages to this. It's stages to this. First is doubts and fears. So you have the fear, then you have the doubt, then you entertain the doubt. Like, I doubt this is going to work out for me, and then you go to I don't feel because I don't feel worthy enough. I haven't done enough for me to deserve this. And then so when you go to I'm not worthy, then sometimes it depending on you, you can down spiral further, right? Or you can just kind of stay there in limbo and just be like, well, I accept my fate. And that's not it. That's not how this works. That's not how, no. And then there is a spirit out there that does not want you to be great for real. Have you ever felt within yourself at one point in time in your young life that there was a point in a time in your life, not saying that it's consistent, but just saying there was a point in time in your life that you felt, you knew in your mind, right, to do certain things needed to be cause it takes discipline, right? And so when you know that you had to have discipline in order to do certain things, right, your body naturally feels like, or your mind or something is telling you it's just going against it. There's a spirit out there that's like that, right? And so I actually had that where it was like I didn't want to put the work in to get closer to God or to move forward because I had already deemed myself to be unworthy. This is this year, 2024. So I explained to you guys how I was able to come out of that, how I'm still coming out of that and working through that. Right? And work there is not that's not a quick turnaround time. You can't just take a pill and just be okay. Like, no. Like, when you figure out that you've been thinking in this way and that you have, and these are not your thoughts. They're not you. It's spiritual warfare. It's not your thoughts. It's what's supposed to, like, it's that thing that's supposed to slow you down. But that's not your thoughts, right? So when you entertain thoughts that are not like of God, right? When you entertain those thoughts, that's when you start to feel like unhappiness. Like, you're unhappy all the time and you don't have any peace. You're constantly stressing. Like, let me tell you something, there's people out here that don't have not a dime to their name. And yeah, they got bills and all kinds of stuff, but the way they got internal peace, they got so much peace because they literally know God. So they leave it in God's hands. That's the peace I want. That's the peace I long for. So I understand that it takes work to get there. So entertaining thoughts as if you doubt that things will work out for you, or you doubt that your service or product is needed out here in the market, right? You don't entertain those doubts because you got to have faith. And you can't have faith and have doubt at the same time. Like they don't mix. So you go to God, confess or do what you need to do. Explain to God, hey, I don't know, I've been thinking weird. So God, I just want to cast out my thoughts, cast out all of this stuff to you because I don't know where this is coming from. And that's what I had to start doing. And also understanding that isolating yourself is literally a big no-no. Big no-no. So we talked about that earlier this year, all right? Not this year, but earlier in this live stream. After that, we went into like, more spiritual conversations, about God and stuff like that. You guys met, a friend of mine. And then we went into like the BOI situation. So we talked about a lot, but you're not going to miss anything. I'll be on here tomorrow. God is so good. I appreciate you and the way you cover with your family. You, I'm there. That can help us with the BOI. Is there someone that can help us with this BOI submission? Blessings to you and appreciate you. You could, so I can file it for you for $20. Text me right now, BOI. I have a video out. It takes you less than 5 minutes. All you need to do is upload your ID. But if you want me to do it, I'll do it for you. Wow, you're beautiful. Thank you. I love the fact that you are touching on this topic. Thank you very much. You need to hear this. 100 ideas and even more fears. Yeah. Because the devil be knowing you are light. You can't have all this light out here. That's how the devil feels. The devil got to do that. You know what I mean? Got to try to manipulate you and make you think that you don't know you don't know what you have going on or anything like that. You got this. Don't listen to the fears. Greetings, is Shelly. Question. You have a grant acceptance percentage. I'm sure you have improved. What is your grant acceptance score now? I literally referred your services yesterday. It's 71%. That's it. And the reason why it won't increase is simply because if I can have the outdoor consideration with friends around tomorrow, what do you think? So, I'm sorry, because I just read this message. I'm like, about buying a goat for Christmas. I don't want it. I don't even eat goats. So, it's 71% because nobody's applying to these grants. Like the number of clients that I was getting when I first started compared to what's going on right now, I don't know if y'all got demotivated, y'all don't believe, or what. So with that being said, yes, that's just that. But that's also the reason why under this new presidential administration that they're taking away diverse equity inclusion opportunities. Because if you see the statistics, if you take a look at it, nobody was applying to these opportunities. But certain groups that you know what I mean? Nobody was really applying to these opportunities. Yes, there was people that actually applying and winning, obviously, but when we're talking about a majority compared to the numbers of how many small businesses were created during post-COVID, 2020, where are all those people at? See what I mean? So under the new presidential administration, I can totally understand on the business side why they would take the money from out of DEI opportunities, because minorities wasn't really applying to it anyway. So now that you know that majority of them it's now that you know that, now that you are aware of that there's not going to be any more diverse equity inclusion opportunities, I'm just want to let you guys know there's almost $100 million every year or so that goes into that. DEI opportunities are opportunities for minorities. Yeah. So minorities could be women of color, people of color, right? Men of color, LGBTQ plus group, right? Other ethnic groups and religions and tribes and stuff. So the minorities, right? So there was millions of dollars that went into those opportunities, but if you take a look at the numbers, like nobody was really applying to it. So why would they keep putting money in the pot over there when they can just put, like, you know what I mean? That money can go somewhere else. It can go into tech innovations. It can possibly go into this whole new crypto thing that they're trying to roll out, right? So that whole situation is like, I get it as far as in the DEI exclusions, let's say, right? And I don't think people see the, I don't think people see the, okay. So sorry about this. Let's go with this thing. I'm gonna get to the ghost story. But so now that we are aware of that, I want you guys to be aware that now moving forward in 2025, when we're talking about getting a business loan. So for those of you who are like, oh, I need a loan to start a business, or I need funding to start my business, let me explain something to you. Because you don't understand, my sister and brother. Because you do not understand. My goodness. Because you don't understand. That means that when you try to go get a loan, line of credit, a credit card, a grant, when you try to get an incubator, I don't even know if y'all even know what incubators are. Okay, incubators, accelerators, you know those programs you can join that will investment capital opportunities. You're now in the grant, especially in the grant world. Let me explain to you what this means. Now that DEI opportunities are gone, you're now going to be competing against the most richest, wealthiest, most connected, smartest innovators in the world, like in the United States. Yes. So if you thought it was hard to get that now, if you thought it was hard to get opportunities now, baby. May the best man win. That's exactly how this is going. May the best man win. Yeah. Yeah. I'm very old school, y'all. I don't even care. I'm Auntie Shelby. I come from, if you can't beat them, join them. I come from, you know what I mean? It is more than one way to skin a cat. I come from all these old sayings. This one right here really is wild. And I think it's so interesting. It's so interesting that this DEI situation is not talked about at all compared to all of the other stuff that, the new presidential administration is unlocking. But I want to see this being talked about just as much as the whole BOI situation. Because the mindsets of most small business owners, which is, let's be real, black business owners, right? The mindsets behind this is that I need funding. Let me tell you something. I have different ethnic groups that are my clients. And if I'm being honest with you, my black clients are the only ones that actually ask about like funding, period. Like they don't care where it's coming from, long as I get some money. Because the sense of urgency is definitely in the wrong place. Versus, my other ethnic group clients, like I have white clients, I have an Asian client. I usually have like a sprinkle of them, like 2 or 3 annually. Asian clients, Native American especially. My Latino brothers and sisters. Y'all know I love us, right? So when I talk to all the other ethnic groups, you know what the focusness of the conversation is? The execution strategy. For real, seriously. Like, I have one of my clients, he's Dominican, he's a baseball player, he's an amazing guy. Oh my God, love him, right? Love him. And he's such an amazing heart. Like, he's experienced racism. He's from New York or something like that. Like, he's he's Dominican, he played baseball, so like, how that go. Oh yeah, of course he played baseball and made money because he's Dominicans, all Dominicans, like, that whole racism thing. And so like he went through that and stuff, and like we were having a really good Zoom conversation one day, and like this is actually the first day like we were talking. After that, like he instantly signed up for service because we connected so well. But like the conversation was so focused on, I really want to make sure that I do good for my clients. I really want to make sure that I provide a quality service or product. Right? So that conversation was so different because I was so into it. That's why he was like, oh, yeah, I know you're the one for me. I'm like, I know you're the one for me. Because the energy of the conversation is, I just want to serve. How can I do that in the best way possible? Not how can I get me some money so I can go and pay these bills up and be in Dubai by 2027. You understand? You see the difference? That my conversation with him was like, I have a son. I'm trying to teach him, how to look at life in this way. Son lives in the Carolinas. So he's like, he's kind of around these different energies. So he's just trying to open his eyes to the different world, helping him out, teaching him how to play baseball, literally playing catch with him. Right. And so, but the conversation of different ethnic groups, seriously, when we're talking about like developing and starting a business, majority of my clients, we all know this. We don't have to guess this. Majority of my clients are Black Americans. So my good 80% of y'all, 80% of y'all literally like, it's, I want funding. And the only reason why you sign up for grants with me is because I have a 71% successful grant writing rate. So you believe and you have faith in me, which I do appreciate that. But I'm very transparent to tell you this is a gamble. So when I like a lot of I've noticed this in my 9 years of entrepreneurship. A majority of my Black clients, that you only want me to service you just so you can get that outcome that's literally not even like, you're not even, it's not going to take you anywhere. You don't even have an execution strategy behind that. And then it's crazy because how I know you don't have an execution strategy, because you're not even executing on the strategy now to show that you are a resourceful entrepreneur, so that way you can get opportunities. You don't just walk in the bank and say, "Hey, I got an LLC and EIN now. Y'all boys want to give me some money?" Like, no, that's not how this works, because no, they don't want to give you money freely. No, they absolutely don't. So you really do have to convince them on the reasons for why. And then so what I noticed is that, like, I listen, I asked one of my clients, I was like, well, so, because I sent one of my clients this year, I was like, I sent them to, you guys know Jamal. Jamal is my credit repair guy, right? So when you guys don't have, like, if you want to go into loans and stuff and or whatever, he helps with business funding, and he also helps with personal credit. So I send, when you guys come to me, we have consultations. If you're vulnerable enough, if the conversation goes that way, to talk about your personal finances, then that's when I bring Jamal on, or I make sure we set up some time with Jamal. So like literally, I would send people over to Jamal, right? And Jamal would do like their funding thing and the funding plan, like the whole thing, just for majority of my clients. You know how embarrassing that is for me? But just for majority of my clients that actually paid for my services, for me to write a business plan for them and everything, that I've spoken highly about to Jamal about how they need funding, like literally they fumble the ball in the application process. They fumble the ball in the application process. They get annoyed because it's like, why are you, it's too much. One of my clients this year, it was like, oh, because I guess Jamal was like, okay, you need to provide like a list of all these things. I'm not even gonna lie, it was about 14 things, right? And like tax documents and all that stuff. And my client was literally like saying, okay, she would do it. And then 30 days goes by, 2 months go by, or 120 days go by. All right, so did you really need that funding? Or are you just, so you want to try to find easy funding? Okay, so you want an actual AmScot cash advance. That's what you really want. Real business loans actually require you to really like prove traction and paperwork, like documents. That's real, like you know what I mean. That's like real business funding world type of situation. And with this new DEI situation, new DEI exclusion, where we are not going to have like any opportunities for minorities, is going to be opportunities for everybody, no matter what race, gender, ethnic group, and sexuality you are. Literally, in that whole entire process of competing and pitching and all that stuff on the grant side is like you're going to be going up against some giants, some pretty reputable people. I'm not saying that to discourage you. I'm saying that it's time for us to decipher and to divide the wantrepreneurs versus the entrepreneur, because it's too many of us black in the black community that just want to be an entrepreneur, and that's finessing the systems by having the LLC. Um, versus the ones who oh, okay, cool. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so this person is gonna be blocked because I don't know who this is. Sorry, y'all. They keep interrupting. Underwriting, right? Underwriting. Oh, okay. I it saved on my phone, on my laptop. Okay, sorry, y'all. Okay, where are we? Yep, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm a Puerto Rican film actor, Danny Henriquez. I am DB in New Jersey. Yay! I'm fit for victory and sharing this goodness and to success and beyond. Absolutely. I know that's right. I know that's right. Can't wait to see you. On the big screens. I know you on the big screens. So I'll search for you in any movie you in. I'll watch it because you came on here and you watched me. So the least I can do is stream you. Okay. Do you help with brainstorming too if you are kind of stuck between businesses because of being in the middle of a divorce? Yeah, absolutely, but I'm going to let you know, because you're in the middle of your divorce, your personal life is going to overflow. It's like going through a divorce is such a experience that it does call for your undivided attention, because if you try to start a business right now, you won't be able to give that business your all, as far as in your focusedness, and your energy, right? Because the business is not just practical, it's spiritual. You know, if you want God to bless your idea, then you need to go through your tribulation right now. You need to persevere through this, and you need to come through and you need to come through and drop your product or services and say, and hey, I'm a black woman that just came out of a divorce. Look, no, don't do that. But no, seriously. Um, if you, depending on what your service or product is, right? If you say you're going to create an ebook, or you're an author, right? And so if you're an author and you create books and stuff, well, maybe this is your time, because creators like that, they need to go through life experiences so they can put them in their books, and they can put them in their songs, and they can put them in their art, right? So maybe you just need to go through this time period so that way you can have a testimony. You're gonna have a real good one. You're gonna have a real good one, sis. And no matter what crying you going through, no matter what, like, I promise you, it's all gonna be worth it all at the end if you keep God first. and God is going to make it work. Like, God is going to work it all out. You will see that you are worthy. And guess what? God will bring you a whole nother, a better person, a good God-fearing man. And not nothing like a righteous man. I'm trying to tell you, it ain't nothing like a righteous man. So you will get you one. And you know you'll get the right one because he's going to introduce you to your pastor, to his pastor. I know. I just learned this. I listen. I've been dating all across the world, but when I got here to Nigeria, yes, green flag, 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 green flag. Let's go. My boy took me to the pastor first 2 weeks out. Nobody ever take me to their pastor. I've been all through Miami, Atlanta. Ain't nobody take me to their pastor. You know you got you a good one, friend. If he or she take you to their pastor, oh, you got a pastor. I mean, take you to the pastor's office, like not just take you to church, to one of those real nice big old churches, like T.D. Jakes and them. Cause then that person ain't gonna know. They ain't gonna know they pastor. You ain't gonna know T.D. Jakes. No, you got to get you somebody who, you know what I mean, righteous, who knows the pastor that if anything happened, you gotta have it's spiritual warfare out here, friend. Every day that you wake up in the morning and you have that anxiety or you have those thoughts that are telling you that make you have doubts and fears or whatever, or you have those thoughts that's in your front of your mind about the bills and all the negative things that you need. That's not you. That's not you. That's spiritual warfare. And so you got to have you a righteous person laying next to you to help you cast out them demons. I'm telling you my experience. I'm giving you my experience. I'm giving you my experience. Okay? Now, this is why I created the other channel, the personal channel, the Superior Shelby channel, so I could give y'all the relationship advice. But that channel been acting up. So I'm waiting until like next year to call YouTube, or when I come out back to the US, I plan on coming back to the US the top of next year. And I was just going to go to YouTube and be like, what's up? Because I created a new channel, but it's not working out. But Regina, honestly, girl, I pray. I really do. I really do pray for you, Regina. I pray for your healing. I pray that you get through whatever it is that you need to get through. Father God, you know that I am not a preacher and I don't usually have the best words, but at this moment, I just want to pray for Regina, and I pray that you help her get through whatever it is that she's getting through. We're all not perfect, and maybe she is confused on how she needs to get through this particular time in her life, you know. But I just pray that you just bless her with clarity, bless her with a discerning spirit, and bless her with a desire to seek you and the desire to execute on your will. So God, I pray that you please be with Regina and just have mercy on these trying times that she's going through. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. Okay? I pray for you. So you got this, Regina. Clutching her, bro. I'm trying to tell you, I'd be close to clutching my pearl. Yes. Yes, in Jesus Christ's name. Yes, y'all. We praying for Regina now. You gotta have you a fellowship. A fellowship. You know you need fellowship? I just learned about what a fellowship is. Listen, let me tell y'all something about my spirituality, okay? I am literally a child of God. I have not developed to a woman of God yet. I may have these woman body parts, but I am a little kid when it come down to talk about my daddy. And so I just learned like fellowship in it, all this stuff. You gotta have you a fellowship. You gotta fellowship and have you a family, a village, you know. And I understood, you know, we hear that, oh, it takes a village to raise a kid. Y'all remember we hear that all the time in the U.S. That's something let me school y'all real quick. That's like a saying that actually comes from over here in Africa. Yeah, like it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. That comes from over here. Let me explain to you how this works over here, right? With me and my honey bunny, right? If we have a, he's so family oriented, and he comes from his own village and tribe, right? But he's Nigerian. If he, if him and I, if we have a baby, right? I don't have to worry about 2% of the things that I would have to worry about if I had this baby over there in the US, solely dependent on my family. Mind you, I'm over here, none of my family over here. I'm over here by myself, soul surfing. It's just me and God. But God has blessed me with a whole new village. Trustworthy, God fearing, righteous. I never talked about God so much. And I'm learning so much. Because these people that are around me, even some of these souls that are around me, y'all, that God has placed around me, are younger than me. Y'all met Promise Lucky earlier. His name is Promise Lucky. And he is literally a prophecy. He wasn't, his mother didn't know. His grandmother received the calling from an angel that said he would be born. So God has placed me around these people that I pray for, because you know when y'all make that prayer, when you do that prayer, God, please place me around people that that are like minded and that are for me. When you pray that prayer, friend, that prayer ain't nothing to play with. You better make sure you ready to cross over the fence. Because there's a fence. You one side of the fence, on the left side of the fence, that's the demonic stuff that's going on. That's all of that stuff that ain't righteous. But on the right side, that's the right side. Righteousness. So when you ready to cross the fence and you ask God to put the right people around you, you got to be ready, because they will challenge you in your mindset, right? Because we're from America, especially, like, we are, even church, like when I go to church here, the way I receive the word versus the church in the US, the way I receive it is different. It's so, the words that they use are so passion filled. Yes. Like, it takes a village to raise a child. If I had a kid right now with my honey bunny, and we I wouldn't have to stress about who, like, there's literally a village that will that will pray and feed and that will care for my child. I can have this baby and give it to his mom. I can have this baby and give this baby to the, and they will know exactly what to do in this stage of this baby's life. Like right now, in this newborn, okay, in the toddler stage, okay, in the youth phase, like they know. And they are so strict and tight, Ziploc tight, like I mean tight, and everything. Military boarding school, this and that, this and that. They don't play. They don't allow the demons or the devil to try to get into their children, because the people here in Africa automatically know that the spirits are attracted to the youth, because it's easy to get them to do all this terror and manipulation and all this stuff they be doing. So those evil spirits, they want the kids. So when you say it takes a village to raise a child, that village is that spiritual army that protects the covenant, the child. Yeah, it's deeper than rap, y'all. It's deeper than rap. So when I learned that, I was like, get out of it. Y'all know, I'm so, oh, I done been all around the world. I know so many different languages, and I'm still a Florida girl. You just can't take it out of me. But yes, when I learned it, I was like, that's where, wow, this is so, like, I was so pleased to learn that. So when you hear somebody say it takes a village to run a child, yes, it literally does. We are not supposed to be raising these children just alone. And with just the parents alone either. No, you're supposed to have the community Everybody's supposed to be raising that child. Just like you supposed to, everybody taking accountability. You know, you ever heard your grandma say back in the day, it once once they got their butt whooped by they people, then the neighbor whooped they behind too. It take a village to run a child. And God said if you spare the rod, you spoil the child. You gotta spank them. Yes. That was just a little, a little schooling, a little history for y'all. If y'all didn't know, that was just a little history. Yes, you got this, Regina. Never looked at it like that. I'm a little girl in Christ. I need to be a woman of God. That was powerful. Absolutely. And it takes time, right? And I'm enjoying where I am as a child of God. And the reason why is simply because I'm actually having fun learning more about Him. I'm having so much fun. Like, I'm just like, every time I open up the Bible, every time I open up this Bible, first off, today, I learned that it's not even, it's like it's not even 1,000 pages in the Bible. Like, if that, like, probably like 1050, not even 2,000, like 1,100. You know how many J.K. Rowling books I read? I read text messages that definitely had to be more than 1,000 pages. So what I'm saying that to say, the Bible is just 1,000 pages. We can't even sit down and just give it a little bit of time. And you know what's crazy? The Bible is literally the best book there is. The only reason why I feel like it's the best book that there was ever created is not because it was created by God, but because it's a lot of tea in there. Like, no, like, for real. Like, it's like a lot of tea. And I'm nosy, so. Like, I'm real nosy. Like, I'm so nosy that once I learned about King David had killed that woman husband because y'all know about that one? Yeah. T. David stayed in a high-rise condo and was looking out his window and was seeing Bathsheba, or what's her name? Fine. Yeah, she was fine. Wine, but she was married, though. Kind of find out. He up there looking at her and stuff with a whoop-de-whoop. So he trying to figure out who her husband is. Put him on the front line. Y'all, when I figured out this story, put him on the front line. Killed that lady's husband. Then, girl, it ain't even get wasabi hot yet. Then, got with old girl, cause mind you, he was a king, so he had already had wives. Got with her, cause he was just so infatuated with her. Got with her, and friend, guess what? Had a baby by a bastard child. And you know what God said? This is not funny, but it is because it's like, it makes sense. Because if you understand God, because God do good and bad, right, and evil. So you got, but he teaching us. He teach us. It's a part of the learning process for us as his children. David had a baby with that lady, and man, that baby did not last. Like, that baby. Yep, that's what happened. It's late. The baby is late. The baby is not. It did not live It did not live to fight another day like Craig. So that's what happened. That's just one of the good stories that I just so happen to like. They're like, the Bible really is tea. I'm just learning that the Bible is tea. Like, y'all remember? Like, y'all remember that one story about old boy? I don't know his name, so y'all help me out with his name. I want to say it's Job, where he was such a righteous person. He's such a righteous person that, like, literally, like, it's like he was just natural. Like, God he was just made that way to be righteous. You know what I mean? Just made that way. Like, he not going against God. Like, that's not in his brain. Like, there's no other way. The only way he know is God. Like, he was literally made that way, right? To serve God. So, like, he was doing a lot of good stuff, but he wasn't really being fruitful as far as like sharing with the community, but he made sure his people, like he did sacrifice. He made sure he prayed for his family. He made sure he was straight. Him and his was good, and he stuck with God. So then, boom, God, I guess, the devil show up in the house of the Lord too. You feel me? So, devil was like, oh yeah, I already know you got an old boy down there, and God like, yeah, I know you see my boy. You see my boy? I just got my boy a whole brand new Benzie. I see you. I did that. I'm God. You see that? But I did that because you see how I made him. And then so the devil was like, okay, but he not gonna forsake you. Like, so you just really like, you really toot your own horn because you know he not gonna do it. So God said, oh really? I want you to try it. I want you to try it. This is what I want you. I'm gonna give you permission to screw up his life. I'm gonna give you permission to mess it up, but you can't kill him. You can't take his life. You can do whatever it is to him, and I bet you, even with him going through whatever you putting him through, he's not gonna forsake me. Yeah. So then, boom. Fast forward, whoop de whoop. Devil was taking everything from him. Stripped him down, y'all. Stripped him down. We think we going through it. Stripped him down. Stripped him down to the point where this man, you ever been in so depressed? Like, we think we going through depression. The depression that they was going through back then, when they was able to directly speak to God, that's different. My boy was in the dirt, casting dirt on him, putting, why God, I don't understand, I don't like, but still would not forsake God. And then eventually he understood that it is important for you to do for others. When you are blessed, you have to give thanksgiving. No, I'm not talking about that history book, textbook stuff that they tell us about, Christopher Columbus, Pocahontas story. I'm not talking about that. Thanksgiving is literally when you are God, you are spreading God's love, and you're giving thanks. It's like you have these riches now. It's like, here. You want to know the one way I give Thanksgiving is literally all the time giving out free game, showing y'all the websites. How do you do this? How do you do that? Like, that's free game because what ain't nobody else gonna do. Get on Instagram right now and search up another grant writer. Matter of fact, go to Joy Hunt page. She not filing no BOI report for you for free. Go to taylorbrands.com. They're not filing no BOI for you for free. And they're not showing you for free neither. But I just did it. I been showed you weeks ago. Free ebooks, free this, free that, consultations, whatever it is you need, right? So you have to give Thanksgiving. And I'm even putting that responsibility on myself even more, because even if we want to get deeper into it, I even feel in my heart that I want to do right now, I'm going to cut the live off in a minute. Then I'm going to let my phone charge. And then within the next hour, after I let my phone charge for an hour, I'm going to get back on live. And what I'm doing for Thanksgiving is we are actually creating donuts. We're making donuts from scratch. And we're giving out donuts to all the kids around for Christmas tomorrow on Christmas Day. I will be outside giving thanks and thanking God and talking to God throughout the land. That's what I'm going to be doing. Getting my spirit right. Getting closer. You have to give Thanksgiving. Job understood that while he was doing sacrificial, doing things to help protect his family, things like that. While he was doing that, he also understood it's good to do it for others too, your neighbors. You know what I mean? You got to do it for your neighbors. And y'all my neighbors. You know what I mean? Yes. So once he found that out, then guess what? God spun the block and said, all right, so now that you understand that I just want you to just give thanks, and give to the community, give back. Now that you understand that, I will bless you 10 times fold, more than what you ever had. More than what you had, more than he had the most goats, the most cows, the most whatever land, whatever Job wanted from that day, after that, he got it. And he gave Thanksgiving. And he gave, and he gave, and he gave, and he gave. That's one spirit I want to meet when I go to heaven. And I, boy, you know what, Job, your story is very inspirational to me because I'm a humanitarian at heart. So I do care for other people. I just naturally care. I just naturally care. Look, I just naturally care. I've always been that way. I literally used to get rewards in elementary school for caring. So I actually care about other people. So even outside of me giving free game on the business side and stuff like that, I even feel deeply that this year I want to actually start my own nonprofit. And you guys know I don't even care about nonprofits, but a nonprofit just to be able to have funds. And I'm not asking. I'm not gonna I'm just creating a nonprofit so that way I can invest funds into this nonprofit account so that way I can give back to all the people that really can help make a difference and also bring impact into the world. There are these little kids out here that are like, there are little kids out here that are literally creating electricity from nothing. You think I don't want to make sure I raise the funds or the money or use my own money out of my own pocket, which that's where my mindset is. I wasn't even going to bring this to y'all or anything like that on YouTube. I mean, I might make one post about it, but that's about it because this is my Thanksgiving, right? Right. So it's the thing where I wasn't worried about it, but I want to do this because, and you might help out somebody who, man, man, that might build a whole new robot that will counterpart these new robots that are coming in. You might, you know what I mean? I'm a humanitarian. I like the Job story. There's other stories that I want to know in the Bible. You know, there's so many other stories. Like I guess Sarah, the older woman that didn't believe that she can. I think that's a good story too because like doubting that you can have a baby because you're older, because you're 90 something years old. That's you doubting God. Yeah, show you, won't he? If y'all know what happened with Sarah, Sarah told her husband to go mess around with they housemaid because she didn't believe that God was talking about him having a baby with her. When God said, no, I told you have a baby with her. So you don't have this baby. Let it go. Now let's stick to the wheel. You know what I mean? So they end up having to have the baby anyway. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on this. If I'm not mistaken, that child is the one that kind of created like Muslim religion or something. I don't know if that's that story. Don't quote me, but yeah. There's so many great stories in the book, man. I'm trying to tell you. It's tea. It's tea on tea on tea on tea. And when they say ain't nothing been done under the sun, like they're dead serious. Like there's um my man, he has showed me this I think it's in Romans about transgender and the times we're living in about this transgender situation. And in the Bible it says that. And I was so flabbergasted. I'm like, what? You mean to tell me back in the day they was doing stuff like this too? Yes, they was. So nothing new is being done under the sun. This has all been done before. That's why I like that book because I know I'm somewhere in there. I just got to find me. The Bible is very interesting. Once you get into reading it, it's like you can't stop. Yeah, to me, it's the same as reading another book that catches your attention and draws you in more and more. Yeah, like that's exactly like that's why I hear so many people who start reading the Bible. Like, you'll hear people like, "Oh, I've read the Bible like 20 times. I've read the Bible like so many times," because it's like, I guess from my understanding from my peers, it's every time even if you read it front to back, you have to go back and read it again because it's something you'll still miss. It just seems like every time you go back and reread it, it's like a whole new book. So I'm like, wow, like this book is amazing. Yes, you read it and try to apply it in your life. We have to be readers of the word and but doers as well. Absolutely. And you know what's so interesting? Like being righteous and doing it's not hard. I'm not putting in my mind that it's a challenge. It's hard because when you say it's hard, that's when it becomes. But it's not actually hard. And let me tell you something. What's hard? What's hard is partying, smoking, drinking, being in movies, being in music videos, hanging out with athletes, hanging out with different rappers, dating different rich men who don't value you, dating different poor men because they might have good sexual tension. Um, educating yourself on social media from with all these different conspiracies, doom scrolling, and all that stuff. Like that whole thing does not bring you internal peace and happiness. So all of that is harder to actually do versus like just being righteous. And I'm being so serious because sometimes you gotta think back to when you were like 7, 8 years old, like before you hit the age of 12. And if you can think back that far, who you was, like the innocence you had and all that stuff, that wasn't hard back then, was it? Because you were a kid, but it's like you can still operate with that same energy, being nice and kind and sociable. Hmm. Yes, charity covers a multitude of sins. Yeah, yeah, I think that's what he was doing. He was like, you know, um, the Book of Job. Me too. Yeah, thanks for that live on filing. I went ahead and filed so I wouldn't get fined because my LLC business is active, but I'm not working the truck business. And that's fine, Regina. Absolutely, yes. Thank you. There's a couple people, actually a lot of people, were able to file their BOI after like watching me file my BOI live on YouTube. And that video is still up, you guys. But yeah, yeah, I really do appreciate it. You don't have to with the BOI situation, right? You don't have to have made money in your business, but if you have an active LLC, you got to do it. But if you don't have if your LLC is not active, then you don't have to worry about like doing it, right? Because technically your business, you're not a business owner, like you're not in business right now. Yeah, so great. That's really great. Marie says, put God first and he will direct your pathways and you will be tested after your successful. Never forget, he gave and you will be tested. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. He says, I just paid someone $100 to file my BOI. Wow. Testify. Mm. And I knew they was going to do this. I kept saying it. I said, y'all don't got to pay nobody to do this. It's free. In the application, I want to let you know the only thing that you need to do is just upload your ID. It's just going to ask you for your name, your address, your phone number, your business name, your business email address, your business address, your business phone number, and you upload a picture of your ID. I'm sorry. It just let's just look at it as, you know, it's done, you know. Make sure, okay, so the network worth, my good friend, whoever you paid $100 to file your BOI, this is what I want you to make sure that you have your ducks in a row behind that. Like, make sure that they email you your physical PDF version of your transcripts from the actual FinCEN, from the FinCEN.gov website. So that's the actual website, the BOI report. Make sure they provide you the PDF version of transcript of the BOI report. That's the actual application. Make sure they email that to you. In addition to that, you also need to check your email, your business email, um, for the confirmation from FinCEN.gov. If you didn't get one of them, like if you didn't get either one, because this thing is like I could file this right now live on YouTube. It's a 5-minute application. They didn't. This is not a hard thing. It's like Easy. So like if you don't have that, then yeah, call your debit card and let the people at the debit card place know that once again you impulsively spent and now you think you got frauded. So because that's the confirmation you will get. That's the confirmation you will get. The confirmation you need to make sure you get is your transcript, and there's a code. So that's why I say you need to check your confirmation email from FinCEN, because you have a code in there. And like I stated earlier in this live stream, in 2025, the banks go to FinCEN. That's the bank database. So when you're a business owner, you're trying to get a loan, line of credit, or credit card, or any type of opportunity, right? They're going to go into the FinCEN their BSA account database. They're all, most likely, we don't know this, but let's say most likely they'll be able to go in there, search for your business, and your business name comes up, or it doesn't. But if it doesn't come up, then you don't get that opportunity, because and you can't even get a grant. You can't even file for a grant. Like, you're not going to get approved for anything if you have not apply or did this BOI thing by January 13th. So if they look you up through the BSA database or whatever database they'll have, and then you're not in there, or you're in there and like the beneficial owner is not you, you can't apply for nothing. You can't get nothing in that business name. That's the purpose of the BOI, right? So yeah. And so and then they're going to match that information too. So like, let's say for example, in 2025, we don't know. I'm just throwing this out there, right? We don't know. But let's say like in 2025, right? Like you go for like a business loan or whatever, or a line of credit. And like, so you provided them with your business name, your LLC, and all this. Because in the loan process, you have to upload or provide them with your LLC, bank statements, voided check, all that good stuff. And then so they have your information, your documents, and they're going to search through the database and stuff. Now let's say like you they say, okay, we want to give you the opportunity. The last step in this is that you just simply need to provide us with your transcript, your BOI transcript. Well, if you don't have that, or at least your there's like a number. Oh my gosh, it's like a transcription number or something, but it's like a long number, right? And so like, and then you also get like a FinCEN identification number. So let's say like you you get that, right, and you get that opportunity where it's like, okay, well, we see you in our database, in the BSA database. We see the business name, we see your name attached to it. Now we just simply need you to provide us with the transcripts. You just kind of like never know, right? You never know. So yeah, you just want to make sure you want to make sure you do this. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I don't remember getting any of that. Yeah, just join. What site is this? Oh, we're not talking about sites. Is there any way to search for your own BOI for confirmation? No, not as of right now, no. Like, your own confirmation is literally your email that you receive from the government after submitting the BOI report, and also your PDF transcript. Like, that's literally more than enough that you need. Because once you submitted it and you received an email confirmation, that's your confirmation. Like, in that email confirmation, you literally have your transcript and everything else in there. So, like, you don't just, like, there's no, yeah, that's like, yeah, that's how that works. I don't have an email, but I have the PDF. Okay, really good. Really, really good. Check your spam. Um, you know, try checking there. Yeah. Any other questions, you guys? Dun, 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 dun. All right. So I have about 10% left. So before I take a break, right, off of my Vlogmas, I'm gonna take like an hour or 2 hour break to let my phone charge, and then we're gonna come back on here. But I want to get into grants. So I want to pick up on grants because we didn't talk about grants this entire live stream. We just basically talked about business development. We went over business foundations, BOI report situation, all that good stuff. So yeah. Do you have a video on registering as a woman-owned company? No, but actually I talked about this earlier. I think I do. Yes, WSOB. I do have a quick video on it. I think it's like not even 10 minutes. But I want you to be mindful of that because under this new presidential administration, diverse equity inclusion opportunities are no longer going to be funded. So it's kind of like no point unless you're doing government contracting. Because like if you're doing government contracting, yes, because obviously, but I don't know if they're going to continue to have that law put in place to where they automatically set aside minority contracts. I don't know if they're going to continue that under this new presidential administration. The way it's running, they might change that too. So with that being said, you know that's the only reason why I would say go for that. But yeah, it's a process. It's not a quick turnaround time. Be prepared. Yeah, I think it costs money. I don't know how much it costs. I forgot. The numbers changes. There are different organizations that you can go through to get this done. The women-owned certification, women-owned small business certification. You can get this through the SBA for free. You can actually have an SBA consultant assist you with applying and do the whole entire process with you for free. You can also go through, I think, like the Minority Business Development Agency, and they might be able to like register you like an agent, you know what I mean, to help you out, but I don't know if that's free. So yeah. Yeah, I want to go into government contracting. Yep, that will be that because so far, as far as in like DEI opportunities, it's really only for like funny. Well, I don't know. Let me look this up. Let me see. DEI law under the Trump administration. Look, y'all can see I didn't already. We're gonna look this up together really quick. So censoring academic discussions of race and sex. Okay, yes, you're doing that. Abandoning civil rights enforcement on behalf of historical marginalized groups. Yeah. Racial federal power, right wing. Where's the funding? Courts, Congress, state. Area, blah, 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 blah. And this is all about like school. Vacancy response. This will take me to do some research or to kind of bring it up because I really want to bring up like the actual piece in here that says that. Well, I'm skimming through it, but I want to see if they're going to say anything about like government contracting too, because I know. Newly formed DEI practices heightened DEI's refining diversity in Trump's. Okay. All right. I really be researching. I be wanting to know stuff. Only people that benefit from this are the lawyers, which is unfortunate, said Gibson, Dunn Labor and Employment Co-Chair Jason Schwartz of the uncertainty in the laws governing DEI issues. Okay, so this one is called Newly Formed DEI Practices Expected high in demand during, okay. We had a past 4 years, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm a really DEI task force. You want people to understand that the law is so you can follow it. Short-sighted. Over time, race bias, affirmative action in college submissions. Cool. Where the changes may come, because DEI attorneys look into Heritage Foundations Project 2025 as a potential blueprint for action during the second Trump administration. The document includes suggestions to eliminate disparate impact liability, which currently allows members of the protected group to sue on the basis of policies discriminatory impact on it. 615 of the document also outlines the elimination of race. The elimination of race and ethnicity data collection by the EEOC and the elimination of Office of Federal Contract Compliance Program, which currently exists to ensure federal contractors abide by 1965 Executive Order for Federal Contractors to commit a non-discrimination. So, there you have it. I'm going to read it again so that way you can, because what they just said was what I just thought. Okay. We can get the women-owned small business certification. You can get it. But on page 615 of the document, which is the Project 2025 document, it outlines the elimination of race and ethnicity data collection by the EEOC and the elimination of the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs, which currently exist to ensure federal contractors abide by a 1965 executive order for federal contractors to commit to non-discrimination. What does this mean? Federal contractors, right, would set aside a certain number of contracts specifically for minority groups to give them opportunities. But since we are taken away and we are under this new presidential administration, there is an elimination of race and ethnicity data collecting. And there is also a elimination of the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Program. The Office of Federal Contract Compliance Program. The Office of the Federal Contractors Compliance Program. Compliance means the office that holds the individuals accountable in this particular sector. Right? They eliminated that office. And that office was the office that ensured, right, that made sure that federal contractors abided by a 1965 executive order for federal contractors to commit to non-discrimination. So, that 1965 executive order for federal contractors to commit to non-discrimination. Non-discrimination was, that whole thing was put into place because of the whole point of more black people getting into business, doing government contracting, things like that, trucking businesses, things like that, blah, 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 right? So non-discrimination was when we had the DEI opportunities, and non-discrimination in 1965 was we're not going to discriminate against the blacks or the minority groups that want to do federal contracting. So since that program is now gone under the new DEI law, what does that mean as far as in ensuring that minorities will have an opportunity in that sector too? Because the office that regulated that compliance, that made sure that we were able to have those opportunities in that sector, it's gone come January 20th. So I just read that part. It's on law.com / DEI, like, yes, okay, the American lawyer. And it's called the newly formed DEI practices expect heightened demand. So, and if it goes up under, it's up under the paragraph, because the first part is the introduction. So it's up under the paragraph where it says where the challenges may come. It's literally the first paragraph under the section. Sorry, and like that's pretty straightforward to me. Let's read on. It says, while such objectives may not touch every private employer with a DEI program, other aspects of Project 2025 could have a more widespread impact. For instance, DEI professionals interpret the document's goal of pursuing equal protection for all Americans by vigorously enforcing applicable federal civil rights laws as a plan to use civil rights laws to investigate reports of reverse discrimination. The document even signaled that DEI measures could be investigated for an anti-competitive practices alongside environmental, social, and governance measures. It says managers, particularly in publicly traded corporations who use their power to advance sets of fashionable moral beliefs, such as ESG or DEI, introduce agency problems into the shareholder relationship and appropriate corporate wealth for their own benefit. So that's what Project 2025 states. So, yeah. What's the site again? The site is law.com. I'll put it here. I'm going to put it here for y'all so y'all can. I'll put it here. Oh, it's kind of long. I'll put it in the description so that way at least you can try to like get it. Might be easier for you to get it. Let me see. DEI article. Okay. Hopefully it's easier for you to get it through I just updated the thing. Please, what's the site again? Yeah. So I want you to read that because yeah. So that way you know how to create an execution strategy for what you're going to do, like how you're going to get your government contracts and stuff. Yeah. Yep. So if you know that there's no longer going to be like DEI opportunities and all that good stuff, right? So there's no longer going to be easy for you to get a government contract as a woman in trucking simply because you're a woman in trucking. Like those days are gone. Yeah, those days are gone. So like now that we're under this new thing, it's like the competition's harder. And so you got to really have a strategy. You got to be really willing to execute like on a strategy. Okay. All right, cool. Okay, so I'm going to let my phone charge, you guys. We have been on the live for hours and hours and hours. We've been on live for about 4 hours. So we've officially completed our first 4 hours in Vlogmas. Woo! I want to thank you guys so much for joining me in my first 4 hours of Vlogmas. I'm going to allow my phone to charge for the next 2 hours, and I'll come back on here and show you guys how to make some amazing Nigerian donuts for the kids out here. That's what we're doing for Christmas. We give Thanksgiving